You're all set. Good afternoon. Tonight I want to begin by thanking everyone who has come to fill this chamber and to speak to us about the issue of flock cameras. But before we move forward with our agenda, I ask that we pause just for a moment as a community. Let us set aside the topic before us, quiet the noise of the world around us, and turn our focus inward to one another. On April 1st, 6 days ago, our community experienced a heartbreaking loss. 3 beloved individuals lost their lives in a house fire under rapidly deteriorating conditions. On behalf of this legislature, I want to extend our deepest gratitude to all of the agencies who responded. Chief Pete Tyler of the Dryden Volunteer Fire Department, a personal friend, along with his team, did everything in their power to save those lives. We are deeply thankful for their courage and commitment. We often speak of heroes in our community, those who volunteer, who serve as first responders, and who protect us in law enforcement. These individuals leave their families each day not knowing what they may face or whether they will return home. Their dedication, their selflessness, and their sacrifice do not go unnoticed. We are profoundly grateful. I also want to recognize our county dispatchers who are on this call. Brian Taylor took the call and was supported by Supervisor Jan Knopp, Scott Blavitt, and Tyler Bassett. Your professionalism, skill, and compassion in moments of crisis represent the very best of public service. We stand with you and will continue to support you through the difficult days ahead. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to personally reach out to thank each one of our dispatchers for their service and commitment. At this time, I ask that you please join me in a moment of silence as we remember today and always Christy Orles, age 30, Paisley Wood, age 3, and Catherine Gray, age 31. Thank you all. If you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's about time, Missy.
Thank you. If we could have a roll call of members, please.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shirtliff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Adam Vinson.
Here.
Dan Wakeman.
Here.
Irene Weiser.
Here.
Christy Bianconi.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
John Hunt.
Here.
Judith Hubbard.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Rachel Oslin.
Here.
Iris Packman.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here. Thank you. We're going to start off this evening. We have 2 proclamations. The first one that I'm going to read is for Fair Housing Month. Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11th, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities, and whereas Tompkins County is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all, and whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities, and whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated, and whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby declare the month of April 2026 as Fair Housing Month. And I would like to bring forth Bethany Huey here to accept the proclamation. We have one more proclamation this evening. Whereas Tompkins County has established a Public Information Advisory Board committed to transparency in government, and whereas TCP-IAB advises the Communications Director in the Tompkins County Legislature on effective strategies to disseminate information and encourage meaningful public engagement in county government programs and activities, whereas TCP-IAB recognizes the decline of local media outlets, making it more difficult for residents to stay informed about their communities and to participate in civic life from voting to volunteering, and whereas TCP-IAB is exploring ways to support local media in providing vibrant, in-depth, and reliable community news, and whereas the Tompkins County Operation Plan identifies within its equitable service delivery goal area the objective of developing a comprehensive community engagement and public information strategy, and whereas local news is essential to democracy and to people's daily lives, yet many communities lack access to the in-depth, accountable coverage they deserve, and whereas Local News Day is a national day of action that connects communities with trusted local news sources, supports the growth of local newsrooms and promotes long-term sustainability of local journalism, and builds public awareness of local news resources in the United States. And whereas Local News Day is led by a coalition of journalists, nonprofit news leaders, and media innovators, including Montana Free Press, American Journalism Project, Press Forward, and local news organizations throughout the United States. And whereas members of the Public Information Advisory Board are pursuing efforts to establish a Press Forward chapter in Tompkins County, now therefore be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature hereby proclaims April 9th, 2026 as Local News Day. And Dan Wakeman, would you like to come and accept this proclamation on behalf of the local board?
We also have more members here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, should have several.
Yeah, everyone here for that. Please come up.
Yeah, from the board.
Great. Thank you. Hey, Jimmy, how's it going? Oh, good, nice to see you. All in one place. That's great. Come on up. Yeah.
Not a problem.
Please.
No, it's not.
Proclamation.
You and Jimmy can stay.
Thank you all. So this evening, after towards the end of our legislature meeting, we will have executive session on two different matters, and I will give those descriptions towards the end of our meeting. I want to move on to privilege of the floor for our public. But before that, I would like to recognize Deborah Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hereby move that this legislature direct the county administrator and the county attorney to prepare a resolution for consideration at our next meeting, terminating the county's contractual relationship with Flock Group, Inc., commonly known as Flock Safety, at the earliest possible time and in a manner consistent with the county's grant funding obligations.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Adam Vinson. And why don't we open it up for discussion? Travis Brooks.
We began to put together a working group through public safety, and our first meeting was county staff, the DA, sheriff, a few legislators, the county attorney, and we pretty much decided that we would recommend to the full body that we end the contract with Flock. As far as the grant goes, we'll look at alternatives. Alternatives may, it could be a lot of different avenues, but we decided that given the concerns around Flock from the community, from legislators, that it would be best if we went a different direction.
Okay. Any other comment from legislators? Judith Hubbard?
I strongly support this motion. I do wish we could move a little faster, but the next meeting still gives us enough time, and so there is no pressing need to terminate the contract right at this particular moment, and I understand the desire to have a proper legal passage that satisfies our attorney and other staff.
Thank you. Irene Weiser, Randy Brown, Lee Shurtleff, and Mike Sigler.
I very much appreciate our move in this direction, and I appreciate people who have come out since before I started on this legislature, speaking to us about the concerns they've had. However, and I will be supporting the motion, but I do want to raise the other side that I think is important too, which is that there are people in neighborhoods that have been particularly impacted by violent crime that have appreciated these cameras and have found them to help the safety in their communities. And I hope that as we explore alternatives, that we have a way of hearing from the people who have been previously impacted by high crime areas, and that we can dedicate resources to making those neighborhoods safer without requiring surveillance of the rest of us.
Thank you. Randy Brown?
Yes, could you reread the resolution as to what it says?
It's a motion that we direct the county administrator and the county attorney to prepare a resolution for consideration at our next meeting, terminating the county's contractual relationship with Flock at the earliest possible time and in a manner consistent with the county's grant funding obligations.
Great. So we'll be able to debate it at the next meeting. Is that the plan?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Thanks.
Because we certainly haven't debated this enough already.
No, but it's not up for vote for termination. It's to draft this resolution so that we would vote to terminate it, right? At the next meeting. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay. We're not doing it now. So that's my point.
Essentially, what we're doing, and I'm actually going to let Maury explain what his thoughts are here.
This is not the motion I would have made, but this is the motion that the county attorney has suggested that we make. Mine would have been a little more
Not
abrupt.
putting you on the spot.
The reason for proceeding in this way is that a resolution that addresses the termination along with related issues intended to preserve the county's grant funding is what would be most prudent, considering what comes along, particularly with the GIVE grant. So what I'm saying is, rather than a resolution that just says terminate today or send a notice of termination today, it's a direction to come up with a resolution that unwinds the contractual relationship with of the county with Flock in coordination with the city of Ithaca, which has already adopted its language, and along the same lines, to do so in a way that does not put, to the maximum extent feasible, does not put grant funding at risk, particularly the GIVE grant and youth employment funding. The purpose of the motion being prepared in the manner it is as it has is to provide a document that lays out an orderly unwinding of the contractual relationship between the county and Flock Safety in a manner that is consistent with the county's grant funding obligations, and in a manner that's coordinated with the city of Ithaca to preserve to the maximum extent feasible the county's continued participation in the GIVE grant program and the youth employment funding that comes along with it.
Thank you.
Lee Shurtleff?
I'm going to hold off to comment at this point until I see a resolution come forward to the legislature. I share the concerns that Irene has just spoken about the safety in our particular neighborhoods. I'll see what the resolution looks like.
Thank you. Mike Sigler?
Mine was really more of a question. I was surprised that what the working group kind of came out with. I was under the impression that the sheriff, the DA, and the probation department were not in favor of ending this contract. Is that not the case?
I would say this, that this body in particular, I don't believe that there's enough votes on this body to keep going with FLOC. And so instead of wasting time, we have a grant that is due in a few months, and we have to, not a few months, it's due next month. We have to figure out the alternatives. Derek and his team, along with Matt and Chief Kelly, have spent a lot of time on FLOC. It's clear that one body, the Common Council, has voted to terminate the contract. I don't believe there is 9 votes on this body to keep this going. Derek and them have to pivot and move in a different direction, and they need time to do so. So, 2 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now is too late to cancel this contract. So it's time to figure out next steps and keep moving. I don't think that, including myself, are comfortable with the idea that we're not going to have this technology, but we are comfortable with the understanding that members of this body, members of the community, have spoken enough about their concerns with FLOC itself. And if it was a different company, it might be a different conversation, it might be a different recommendation. But given that it's FLOC, given the concerns around FLOC itself, our recommendation was to move forward in a different direction so that we had time to do the next grant application.
Can I just follow up to that?
Sure.
And while I appreciate what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, I mean, there's obviously, I agree with you. I don't think there are the votes to keep this going, but that doesn't mean that there aren't negatives to the cancellation. And I don't know, I think the sheriff, the DA, and probation have stated those negatives. I'd be curious as to what they believe those negatives to be in the cancellation of this. So, I don't know if we'll hear those, but I'm curious as to what they are.
There are negatives, and there are pockets of this community who feel differently, and appreciate that technology, appreciate those cameras. They families and folks that feel more safe in their community knowing that this technology exists. But there's not 9 votes in this room to keep it moving.
Okay, next I have Veronica Pillar. I'm going to take a turn, and then Deborah Dawson.
Thanks. A couple things. I support this motion, I guess, for a resolution. I'd be happy to vote to cancel the contract today, but also I appreciate following our attorney's advice and also having words written down that people can point to that we voted on is helpful. I think for a lot of reasons, I guess we'll talk about this in 2 weeks, it's abundantly clear that the FLOC safety specifically, or whatever their other name is that you said, is irresponsible with security on a number of levels and untrustworthy and not really, it turns out, a company that the county should do business with. The contract we have with them, I don't think it was said, and I know a lot of the public knows, but that the renewing for another year or more, if we want to not have incur the financial obligations for a renewed contract, we need to give them notice by April 27th or 28th. Today is April 7th. Our next legislature meeting is April 21st, hence the both urgency but also ability to wait 2 weeks on this. I do hope, I guess this is just my request for our attorney, that we can have, as part of this resolution, some clearer understanding of how a decision to cancel this contract interacts with the GIVE grant. within those next 2 weeks.
Yes, that's the purpose of taking the time, is to have that in there.
Because I know that we could still have those like pending, I don't know what you call it, a clause about like, we're going to do this as long as it doesn't interfere, but we could probably get that answer. Quick couple more things. People have been talking about the working group, and I know I've gotten a bit confused. I think that that phrase has meant multiple things. There was an intention to have a working group on the issue of flock and or perhaps other like license plate readers or some scope of technology that would have involved both county personnel and also other members of the public. That has not met yet and may or may not, depending on what this body votes to do. A smaller group of just county personnel, which has also been referred to as a working group, did meet recently, and that's what legislators Brooks and Sigler were just talking about. So if it seems confusing, it's not you. And I think as for what will come after this, it's my personal hope that we can have, I guess, maybe a working group with public to dive into the issue of surveillance versus safety as it pertains to gun violence in a space where we are hearing from people with a clear understanding of the risks and harms of the types of surveillance that the flock cameras offer, and the benefits that have of reduced gun violence and where that has come from, and what like perception, what the presence of cameras, whether flock or otherwise, has contributed positively to certain communities. That's not a conversation that I think we can really have robustly in a meeting like this, partly for time and largely because a lot of people with a lot of valuable things to say are not allowed to or speak at length here, or are not comfortable speaking, on record. This is being recorded 6 ways to Sunday. So I hope that we can do something like that, slightly separate from the issue of whether to continue contracting with flock safety specifically, which again, I think we should not do, and I'm glad that Deborah brought this forward.
Thank you. I know that there's been some legal jargon and it gets really confusing, but I want it to be very clear that we're not going to renew the contract at this point with flock. If we did nothing, if we did not make a motion tonight, it is under auto renew, so it would have been renewed. With that said, I did not support flock whenever we voted for it back in October. I was in the minority. That's why we started using flock cameras. We have a new legislature with 8 new members. They felt very differently than the previous legislature. And that's why we're moving this forward right now. We are on a very tight deadline as far as how we move forward. The legislature was designed as policymakers. We are the ones that decide what type of policies we use here in Tompkins County. This is a policy decision. Our sheriff is elected. He also makes decisions here in our county. The IPD chief is appointed, and Matt Van Houten is also elected. So you have 2 electeds and 1 appointed person who are in the process of, that will start writing the upcoming grant. And so it's going to take collaboration, because obviously if they write a grant with something that this legislature is not willing to accept the grant funds for, it will be a waste of time. So the important thing moving forward is that this body collaborates with the people that are writing the upcoming grant, so that if and when we receive grant funding from the GIVE grant, we have the 9 votes to accept the money, and it's not for nothing. There are a few things that we can use the GIVE grant for. that I think are going to be in the upcoming discussions. One thing that's been floated is having additional staff at our sheriff's department. That would be a substitute for some of the flock surveillance that we've had in the past. The other conversation is that we are having is using a different company that's not Flock that might provide some of the same surveillance services that Flock has provided in the past. Those are two things that we have talked about and that are more or less on the table. Travis will continue with his group to have the conversations. Veronica mentioned including people, Irene including people in our community to have the conversations be at the table. And that's a big responsibility that we all need to make sure is that everyone is included in the conversation in our community, not just the 16 legislators around this table, but the people that have directly been impacted by gun violence in our community. So I want that to really be at the forefront of our conversations. With that said, I want to make sure that tonight that everyone walks away with knowing that as of tonight, if this is voted in the affirmative, if there's a majority, that the Flock contract will not be extended. I have Deborah Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This community seems to conflate license plate readers with surveillance. It's been a fairly consistent occurrence. It's not one that I indulge in. I spent over 30 years in law and regulatory enforcement, and I have a lot of sympathy for the concerns that our sheriff and the IPD chief have about moving forward with the GIVE grants. However, it's clear to me that Flock is not the contractor that we want to move forward with in any event, largely because it is a company that has allowed itself to be co-opted by a federal administration that consistently subverts our justice system. And that's my major concern here, especially as someone who's spent so many years in federal law enforcement. It pains me to see how law enforcement has been abused. And that's why I'm bringing this motion and why I want to see the last of Flock. I hope the door doesn't hit their butts on the way out. And that's all I got to say about this.
Thank you. Christy Binconi.
Thank you. And I have a little different viewpoint on that, because when I think about privacy and civil liberties, I think about living in a community where there are cameras taking pictures of people all over the community, not just an isolated spot, you know, running a stoplight somewhere, or maybe an officer clocking you as you're speeding by, but a sum totality of pictures that can very much track a person's life and their habits and their activities, and so reveal their private habits. And to me, that crosses over into a violation of our civil liberties and our privacy. So therefore, I am against this and will be against any type of surveillance of this kind. And furthermore, I believe strongly that if we invest in our communities in the right ways, as we are doing, with LEAD, with our care teams, with many other initiatives that we take to take care of our citizens, we can address crime at its root. And I know there are bad actors that come into this community, and I certainly have listened to other legislatures and have learned more about varying viewpoints in this community. But I believe that there are other methods that we can use to safely reduce crime and protect our civil liberties at the same time.
Thank you. Okay, any other legislators? I just want to thank you all for being civil. This becomes very emotional for very many, for many people in our community. And we probably, I know whenever I voted on flock cameras 3 years ago, we didn't have the same people in office on the federal level. And that really makes us question what is going on at the local level 2 years later. So thank you all for being part of the conversation, for being polite and civil with your colleagues. And why don't we go ahead and vote? Do we want to do a roll call or?
Sure.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Adam Vinson,
Yes.
Dan Wakeman,
Yes.
Irene Weiser,
Yes.
Christy Bianconi,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Judith Hubbard,
Yes.
John Hunt,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Rachel Oslin,
Yes.
Iris Packman,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes. 13-3, the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so we
We got the emergency vehicle moving,
Okay.
the car's gotta move.
Okay, so we have an ambulance out front.
We got the ambulance over.
Okay, but we do need an automobile to be moved out of the driveway. A white Kia, license plate JHH 8120. If you could please move your car. Again, that's a white Kia. Thank you.
That would not be a red moss.
Okay, we're going to start our public comment process, and I just want to read the rules for speaking under privilege of the floor. I agree to a 3-minute time limit. I agree not to raise my voice. I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number 4, I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. Number 6, I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislature are speaking. Number 7, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. If there's anyone in here that would like to speak who has not filled out a blue card, please make sure to fill one out. If they're located on the back table. So, and if you have a blue card, feel free to set it up, and we'll put you on the list.
Free not to talk, too.
Okay, first we have Jared from Ithaca.
God.
Hey, so I'm caught a little flat-footed here. The resolution, good stuff. Glad to hear it. In the past, I've been stating my county representative. I thought it was Rachel, but I read the map wrong. Christy, you are my rep. What's up? Hey. I heard from Travis, he said, if there's a new company, then maybe we'll have a new conversation. That was also kind of echoed around a couple of times. I'm going to have the same part in the conversation, which would be, a wholesale opposition to it. I don't think that, another company is going to come in after Flock and try and sell us the same thing. They're going to be sneakier. They're going to know the playbook. They're going to know what we did to combat it. And I'm still not going to stand for it. I don't ever want to seem like I'm unempathetic to the concerns that Irene brought up, the concerns that Travis, you brought up. There is actual violent crime in our community, and that it's horrifying, and I would love for us to do something about it, but I don't think that, writing off the Fourth Amendment is the way to do it. This is only going to get more dire as not just the Trump administration, as the whatever is going on in the federal government, as that continues, our civil liberties are going to be even more precious as time goes on. To prevent some of this from happening again in the future, I would like again to shout out the CCOPS legislation. The ACLU has some draft legislation that would give communities the oversight into whatever surveillance tools are used. I do think I am one of those that conflates the ALPRs, the license plate readers, with surveillance. part of that is because we don't get a say in it. If I can't say, hey, I don't consent, this isn't okay with me, these are my rights you're signing away, that goes a long way. Having community oversight, having some way for us to have a say in how we're treated and how our civil liberties are upheld, protected, abused, whatever, that's important. The loss of civil liberties and rights is an erosion. It has momentum. So like if you've got like you've got a hillside or whatever, and then all the trees kind of go off that hillside, it gets worse. I don't need to give you a whole environmental lesson. As erosion happens, it allows more erosion to happen faster, and I think that a very similar thing happens with our civil liberties as well. You guys have listened to us, and that's really great. Thank you for listening to the concerns of your constituents. There was one part about the federal electeds, as stuff is going on in the federal government. Basically, if we only have rights when the good guys are in office, then we don't really have rights. So that's all. Thank you very much.
I just want to remind everyone, the rules of the legislature do include, let's see here, number 6. And I get it, everyone's excited. This is a really heated topic. There are things that are moving forward in a positive manner in my mind. But rule number 6, I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, which unfortunately include the finger snapping. So I just want to point that out. I want everyone to be able to stay here, enjoy the meeting, but I also want us to observe the rules. So next up is Michael Ramos.
Good evening, Chair Black and members. As a resident of Tompkins County, I urge your support for the proposed resolution in support of the New York State Dignity Not Detention Act and the New York For All Act. Taken together, these acts put teeth into the civil rights for all residents of the state, particularly immigrants and refugees, and will strengthen community trust of local government and law enforcement. Given the federal administration's discriminatory and arbitrary arrests, detentions, and deportations of people with or without status, these measures will provide a measure of relief for people who seek not only to survive, but thrive as full participants in our state's economy and society. The Dignity Not Detention Act will stop local and county incarceration of and profit-making off the backs of immigrants, particularly of people of color in the state. We'll also put an end to the private immigration detention industry in our state. These companies make more than $2 billion per year nationally, have historically horrific records regarding health and safety conditions, separate families, and use taxpayer dollars to feed the detention machine that seeks to incarcerate more than 100,000 people per night, the vast majority of whom have committed no criminal offense. The New York For All Act reinstates dignity and respect as norms for interactions with immigrant people in their local communities, including by governmental institutions. Immigration is a federal matter, not a matter for local law enforcement. Cooperation or worse, collusion between the two, as is the case through 287G agreements, has caused enormous damage to the community fabric. Had the Rohingya refugee elder Mr. Nurul Amin Shah Alam not been turned over from Erie County Police to ICE and then Border Patrol, he, a nearly blind, non-English speaking human being, would not have been abandoned only to freeze to death on the streets of Buffalo. Rather, he would have celebrated the end of Ramadan with his family. People should be able to access their city, county, and state agencies without fear of their identity and documents being turned over to ICE or U.S. Border Patrol and leading to the violence of the immigration enforcement system. Let New York State join other states in upholding and affirming the rights and dignity of all immigrants and refugees through policies that ensure that we will not aid and abet this administration's fear-mongering and attacks on immigrant family integrity. Finally, on behalf of the local farmers whom I know, I ask for your support of the Good Food New York bill. As part of Tompkins' food future, I see how for food producers, the opportunity to be able to participate equitably in local food markets and food services serves the common good and enhances our local economies. The modernization of procurement rules aligns purchasing with community values. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Kirch-Gessner.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Kirch-Gessner. I'm a lifelong resident of Tompkins County. I had remarks prepared, and I'm just going to fly from the cuff this evening. Yesterday, I saw a video filmed by an 11-year-old girl. She and two of her friends intervened and saved their 6-year-old neighbor from being abducted. Now, why children are having to protect other children from abduction, we have to acknowledge as a community that these things can happen. And while this didn't happen locally, let's say that it had, would we feel any differently about flock or flock-style technology? You know, because we do care about immigrants, because we do care about undocumented people, I know local law enforcement would utilize the technology to return that child to their parents. I don't think we really think about who the most vulnerable people are. They're not the kind of people who are going to come here and talk about how vulnerable they are and how technology like this can actually keep them safe. And while I understand that it seems like this motion's pretty well, like, I guess, any efforts to lobby to get any of you to change your mind, a big part of governance is actually preventing tyranny of the masses. We're pandering to fear. There's a very vocal minority in this room. How many of you have actually had conversations with people who can't get here because they have 3 kids that they have to deal with right now and they don't have neighbors to rely on? How many of you have talked to people who've been exposed to gun violence in our community one-on-one and had these conversations? They're not comfortable conversations. That's why I thought the working group was a good idea, because I thought we were going to be slow, deliberate, and nuanced about actually having an educated conversation about how dangerous it becomes when we resort to emotional reactivity and pandering to fear. Fear is a horrible strategy. Look at what is happening nationally. We need to be focused on public safety. What leads to public safety? Food security, housing security. What helps people feel safe in their housing? For some people, it might be having flock cameras or flock-style systems up that say, if my child goes missing, we'll be able to track a vehicle. Or, you know, heaven forbid, I don't know. I mean, I guess I surrender, you know, like, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. But man, I wish, I pray that you might consider sticking with the working group and hosting a conversation that could actually explore the nuance of this issue, because it is such an important issue to talk about. You're taking a tool away from local law enforcement that can interfere in sex trafficking, that can interfere in drug trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 33 speakers, and so I would like to go ahead and read a few names at a time, and if we could just rotate between the microphones to move things along a little bit easier. First one is Lynn Jackier, Kelly Gates, and then Tam.
Hi, my name is Lynn. I live in Ithaca in Tompkins County, and my wonderful representative is Travis Brooks. Nice to see you. Well, I came to urge you to vote to remove flock cameras from our county, and I'm going to say also other flock-style cameras. And there, as many of you said earlier, there are ways to look at how to protect vulnerable populations and areas without putting the rest of us and other vulnerable people at risk at the same time. Also, I'd like you to pass the resolution in support of 2 pieces of New York State legislation: Dignity, Not Detention, and New York for All. Both of these actions are connected. They each serve to protect New York State residents from the excesses of an authoritarian, lawless federal government. Any benefits that might accrue from the flock-style surveillance are offset by the fact that information is being gathered about random people with no reasonable suspicion of any wrongdoing on their part, and that there's no reliable way to ensure that the information won't be used by bad actors. In the current political reality, it almost certainly will. The 2 pieces of legislation I mentioned being considered at the state level will keep New York State from using our resources to aid the legally and morally bankrupt federal mass deportation agenda, and will keep us out of the business of building detention centers to warehouse human beings, most of whom have no criminal record. In other regimes, the people did not intervene in time to prevent large-scale atrocities. We see and know what is being planned. We have the time to intervene for good. If we see and know and do nothing, we are complicit in what follows. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Gates.
Hello, my name is Kelly Gates, and I live in Ithaca. And I want to say thank you to everyone around the table. I'm here. I came to ask you to end the flock contract, and I'm grateful for the steps that you took toward that tonight. But I also want to acknowledge the deep thought that you are all putting into this issue, and I want to acknowledge that there are people in my community that I love very much who do feel that they're losing something with this system being taken away. Whatever comes next, I know that I agree with the last speaker that having a group of people to bring all perspectives and to discuss it and really dig into this issue is a good idea. I think that there are ways that don't involve cameras that can make our community more safe. There may be some ways that involve some sort of license plate reader or camera or something, but that has to be a very carefully made decision. And I mean, I would personally prefer to not live in a place with where we're all being surveilled. But I would just ask that anything that's done, that you keep in mind civil liberties and due process. I also would like to urge you to support a resolution for state legislation that's proposed, dignity, not detention, in New York for all. I think that these are also ways to protect people. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I have Tam, and then I have Cynthia Weaver, Carrie Ann Weaver, and Josh Dolan.
Thank you, everyone here in attendance. And I do want to say thank you for the civility. To mention safety, there are certain statistics which are easily conflated. There was one crime committed in Ithaca in 2021, which then means automatically every year after that will make it seem like a rise in crime. Now, I am a recent transplant to Ithaca. I lived in the Bronx, I lived in Manhattan, I lived in Brooklyn, I lived in Mount Vernon. These are all high crime areas. There was only one of those areas that had additional cameras. I look at the crime rate here for Ithaca as compared to the rest of the nation, and consistently it is lower than the rest of the nation. Why is it that we need 2 cameras within 2 blocks reading license plates when I only remember that being, hey, you skipped a toll, we're catching you for something? What are you catching us for driving on State Street and West Seneca? Nothing. It's not saying, oh, well, yes, we got the license plate for an Amber Alert. That's great. That is something that gets out over on phones. not with flock cameras. Flock cameras also have just ended their relationship with Ring. Part of the reason why I was saying that with flock and Ring, Peter Thiel was the person who started this. Peter Thiel is in the Epstein files. Peter Thiel is now suing Donald Trump. So for any of our Republican supporters of flock, the man is now suing the federal government because he couldn't have his robot dogs fight in Iran. This is who you want to support if you want to support flock cameras. Thank you very much for your time. I don't need the whole 3 minutes. The reason why I have the yarn on my finger is because I wrapped this around a telephone pole and the police aggressively went after me. Thank you.
Next is Cynthia Weaver.
Good evening. I am the Reverend Cynthia Weaver, one of the pastors right next door, your next door neighbor at the First Presbyterian Church of Ithaca, and I am a resident of the village of Lansing. I'm here as a concerned leader of a faith community. Our church draws people to our building not only for its worship services, but also for many other reasons throughout the week. And in addition to our church programs, we house Open Doors English and Ithaca Welcomes Refugees. We draw people from the city as well as from throughout the county and even beyond. I want to thank you for your decision here tonight, and I hope you will keep these concerns in mind as you consider alternatives, because whenever data are collected without warrant, whatever promises are made, they have both a history of being and a potential to be abused by commercial and government entities alike. Many come to our church building trusting it to be a safe place, and we want the paths they travel to get there to be just as safe. The privacy and safety of our congregants and all who use our building are at stake. I understand the arguments for the camera's use, but as a faith leader, I know firsthand about the responsibility to keep safe the personal information and privacy of our congregants. And I have the privilege and responsibility to speak for people who have been stalked, harassed, and threatened. I speak for the freedom of the people of our communities to come to worship without fear and to be able to move about in full and complete liberty. Government and commercial overreach is rampant. Companies like Flock may assure us that our data will be kept private or restricted or deleted, but these assurances have not been borne out even in the short history of their modern use. We are seeing now that once protective policies can be overturned and even legal barriers can fall quickly, promises of privacy mean nothing in this environment. I am not questioning that these cameras might be helpful, but I believe the harm they might inflict is even more substantial and outweighs their benefits. And I am certainly not questioning the integrity of our sheriff's office. Sadly, this is about our national government, which is proving itself to be more and more untrustworthy. With Flock, you did not have the power to prevent the misuse of the data once they were collected. The sheriff did not have the power to prevent their misuse, but you do have the power to make sure any future contracts give you this power and to keep us all safe from targeted discrimination. I also speak from the fervent belief of my faith community that all are welcome. We are to welcome the stranger. And so I also encourage you to support the New York for All Act, the Dignity Not Detention Act also. And I offer this with great respect for the enormity of the work you do here, and with thanks for your decision earlier today.
Thank you. Carrie Ann Weaver.
Hi, I'm the Reverend Carrie Ann Weaver, the colleague of Cindy, my brilliant colleague over across the street, and the other pastor of the Presbyterian Church. I want to mention, we were coming here tonight to talk about Flock, and so I'm thanking you now for the decision that was made and for the motion that's going to come to your next meeting in 2 weeks. I want to talk for a moment about some of the history of our congregation. We were founded in 1804, and like any organization that has a long history, it also has a sometimes spotted one. In our early years as a church, we had a pastor who preached from the pulpit that the law is the law, and so therefore those who were enslaved, who were caught, should be sent right back. I'm glad to say that that pastor did not survive long and was soon thereafter released. However, I am embarrassed and shocked and not at all proud of that history. Here's why I'm bringing that up today. The city of Ithaca had it brought to their attention at their meeting where they ended their contract with Flock, that there was a camera from Flock that was pointed directly at the doors of St. James AME Zion Church. Now, that church is now our sister church, and the alternative story for them is that they were a part of the Underground Railroad, and now they have an archaeological dig there, and they have the history of that movement on the walls of their downstairs fellowship hall, and whenever we can, we share a service with them and applaud them for what they did at that same historical time. That camera pointed at that church with that history of which we as a community now are so incredibly proud is a historic kind of irony with where we are today. Today, I am really proud that this community is a sanctuary community. And part of that means that we value the idea that due to people's ideals and their principles and beliefs, they can differ on major issues of human rights from one another. And we live in a current society in which dissent and freedom of thought is being targeted and painted with broad brushes of treason and criminality. And so for us to have taken down a system that allows people to express their own diversity of thought and to live out their own ideals in humane and good ways is, I think, something that we will be proud of in the future, the same way we all are of St. James AME Zion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Dolan. Next, I have Brian Carden, Ian Polanski, and Melanie Bush.
So thank you all for your deliberation and thoughtfulness around the Flock cameras. The ACLU's CCOPS legislation stands for Community Control Over Police Surveillance, provides a democratic framework and critical lens over surveillance technology. The GIVE grant has an open-ended budget line for tech. It does not specify it needs to be surveillance technology, so we urge you to find a non-surveillance use for that grant money because clearly the community is against mass surveillance. And we also urge you to do your due diligence so that we're not here again in 6 months or a year fighting another battle over an undemocratic technology that the county has adopted without doing due diligence. I do want to address another issue. We live here in Guygono territory. I work on a tour boat on Cayuga Lake. So one of the things I talk about is the genocide of the Cayuga and Seneca nations that happened in our area here. So for a lot of us, the American flag is a symbol of that genocide. And, you know, obviously, this country is still heavily involved in genocide here in the US and overseas. But it is what it is. We fly that flag, that's the country we live in. But I do not understand why this chamber allows the display of a flag from a genocidal regime in the Middle East that's currently conducting a genocide in Lebanon and Gaza, the West Bank, Syria, and now Iran. I hope that you can think about why that is still happening because it's extremely offensive and hurtful to a lot of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Carden.
Hi again. Nice to see you all. Thank you very much for making this decision tonight. I'm really happy to see Flock go. I had a couple of things that I wanted to say about that and about the next steps. Yes, Flock sucks. They have an embarrassing record of security failures. They're openly contemptuous about privacy concerns. Their CEO is a cartoon villain who thinks that I'm a terrorist. Right back at you, Garrett. They're pretty good at marketing, though. I'll give them that. They're very slick. But what I'm concerned about in focusing on Flock and their particular cartoonish evil ways is that Flock is not really the problem. Flock is a problem, but Flock is not the problem. It's the technology underlying Flock that's the problem. There isn't really a way to do this correctly, because no matter how we do this, that data is extremely valuable to a lot of people who mean us harm. And it's the only way to prevent them from getting that data and misusing it is to not create that data. I'm sure people would be interested in looking at Axon. It's a competitor to Flock in the market. They're a little more buttoned down. Their CEO knows how to keep his mouth shut. They don't have as many public failures yet. They have had some interesting security breaches. They're not quite as well publicized as Flock's. But I guess as you look at some kind of replacement for this technology, I hope that the answer is not surveillance technology, but I urge you to think about these questions. One, where does the camera data go after it leaves the camera? In terms of Flock at Axon, the answer is essentially the same, somewhere else, to someone else's computer, somewhere else in the world where we don't know where it is, we don't know what's happening to it, we don't have any control over it. Two, ask yourself, is the hardware and software open source? Because otherwise it's a black box, and whatever they say about what they are or are not capturing, where they are or are not sending the data, we're just trusting them. It's a pinky promise. Who is the data shared with? If it's shared with anybody, then it's essentially shared with everybody. We found that out with Flock. We share it with one department. The department has a buddy in ICE. ICE has our data. It's very simple, actually. It's just like middle school secrets. You tell someone a secret, everyone's going to find out. Four, I hope that you ask yourself, is the camera data analyzed and compiled? Cameras have been around for a very long time. The thing that's new are powerful technologies for analyzing the data, compiling it into a central database, and using it to track people, to understand people, to follow people around, to harass people, to intimidate people. That's the new thing. So is the camera data just camera data that the police can look at when someone's abducted and then they see who abducted them? Or is it a data pipeline that leads to this giant centralized analyzed database? So those are four important questions. I guarantee Flock fails it magnificently, so does Axon. I don't think there are any vendors out there that's gonna, there we go, thank you.
Thank you. Ian Polanski.
Good evening. My name is Ian Polanski, and I'm a Criminal Justice Committee Lead for the Cornell ACLU. Oh, excuse me. As the, better now? Okay. As the Cornell University chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union, we would like to formally denounce the use of flock cameras in Tompkins County due to their invasion of privacy, lack of oversight, and potential for serious abuses. I think it's clear from everyone speaking here that we have good reason to believe that Flock is not actually protecting our privacy in the ways that they're saying they are, but I want to make the argument that even if they're doing the things they're saying, our privacy is still very much at risk. Our central concerns with Flock arise from our data sharing agreement with the New York State Crime Analysis Center network. The network is made up of several regional centers which have one central goal: facilitating information sharing and requests between local and federal police organizations. The network directly cooperates with the ATF and FBI and has even assigned federal agents to staff various regional centers in charge of coordinating information requests. And through our data sharing agreement with this regional center, any of the police departments within our region, including the Broome County Sheriff, which has codified its cooperative relationship with ICE through a 287G agreement, can access Tompkins County's Flock data. ICE and other federal agencies have preyed upon such relationships by frequently asking Trump-friendly police departments like the Broome County Sheriff for favors in the form of large troves of Flock data. And there's a startling lack of oversight for these cameras, leaving our community vulnerable to data breaches which are nothing short of terrifying. Law enforcement agencies have previously misused Flock cameras and continue to do so, with incidents like a police chief using Flock to stalk his ex-girlfriend, Texas police using Flock to track women seeking abortions across state lines, and ICE using Flock to deport documented and undocumented immigrants alike. The Tompkins County Sheriff has attempted to address our community's fears in a public statement, but that statement is rife with concerning messages. They make the fairly naive assertion that there is no hidden backdoor access to Flock technology, which has been disproved both through white hat hacking and through the aforementioned illegal collaboration with ICE. They go on to say that immigration-related search filters are enabled, which prevents any agency from using our data for immigration enforcement purposes. And I believe that our sheriff truly has good intentions, but they must realize that ICE and other bad actors that people have talked about will not be transparent when they conduct illegal searches, and even if they were, they certainly would not give up because of a search filter. Just to end off, at least 30 localities across the country, including Ithaca, have canceled their contracts with Flock since the start of 2025. And the reason is clear. Flock cameras occasionally help secure justice, but the ends are absolutely far from justifying the means. These unregulated cameras put our most vulnerable neighbors at risk and erode our privacy rights 160,000 times per month. And as the Cornell chapter of the ACLU, we believe that ending our relationship with Flock has been long overdue. Thank you.
Next, we have Melanie Bush, and then we're going to have Katie Church, Zach Wynn, and Ruth Yarrow.
My name is Melanie Bush, and I'm here to ask you to not replace the Flock surveillance cameras with some other mass surveillance technology. I don't know if this is what you want for yourself and your children, but it's not why I moved to Ithaca, New York 22 years ago. I didn't agree to be a test case for how much illegal surveillance I'm willing to submit myself and my family to, or to be a data point for Palantir's R&D department or whatever the next 1984 style violation of our civil and human rights to come down the pike in order for them to determine how to make additional billions. We, the residents of Ithaca, did not agree to live in a panopticon-style dystopia to serve the police or the billionaires. We were not consulted. You are our representatives. We pay you with our taxes to carry out our will, to ensure that our decisions are implemented. We've made our decisions perfectly clear to you over the course of many meetings, and we demand that you immediately remove the Flock surveillance cameras and not replace them with the next Flock. They bring shame to our city, our county, and to all of us in this community. Thank you.
Katie Church.
Hi, thank you everyone for being here, and thanks for your work and your time. It's imperative that we research and adopt legislation to protect us all from predatory data collecting and surveillance tech companies. And as an organizer with Flock Off, we recommend the CCOPS legislation from the ACLU as a starting point. And as a sanctuary county, we have the responsibility to do what we can to protect our vulnerable members of our community from ICE and other entities that work to harm community members. So the contract that we have right now with Flock explicitly states that the data is accessible by Flock anytime they want, which is why it's so important that going forward, we do a much more thorough job of protecting ourselves in the future. Mass surveillance by companies working with a government that is abusing its own people is not the way to keep each other safe. I truly hope that we can see an end to the current regime ASAP, but know that we won't go back from this, and we will not be safe unless we keep each other safe. So let's consider this an opportunity to build real community power. And again, thank you to all you are doing. I wear another hat in the community as a member of the Food as Community Working Group for Tompkins Food Futures. Michael Ramos spoke very well already in support of the Good Food New York bill, and I would like to speak in support of that as well. And we believe that public spending should reflect community values in all areas, including food. Public institutions such as ICSD could have the flexibility to direct purchasing dollars towards local producers whose values align with their own, and small and mid-sized farmers locally stand to benefit directly from this policy change, given the barriers they're faced in accessing institutional markets. I'd love to see our local food system only grow stronger and serve more people and continue to be its beautiful self. And to summarize, I'm going to say no to mass surveillance of all kinds, yes to New York for all, yes to dignity, not detention, yes to the Good Food New York bill, and yes to community-based safety. Thank you.
Zach Wynn.
Thank you
to our legislators for listening and responding when you've heard our concerns. I'd like to say this is a good time to take a breath and think about where the violence comes from that makes us feel unsafe. I think it comes from economic inequities, from drugs, from over-policing at times. There are ways we need to address safety that think big. Some years ago, we really did that during reimagining safety. We thought about how this county could have programs that were a co-response, nonviolent team that worked with law enforcement to deal with a lot of the crises that come up, that where people have problems with addiction or mental health problems. So to have trained responders who have skills in these areas would take some of the stress away from our law enforcement and would be able to deal with those issues in a way that creates healing instead of punitive responses. So I guess what I'm asking is that you think about when we're saying no to flock and have some of the funds that are available, that we think about putting those into youth programs, into helping our dispatchers discern what is a situation that needs the help of IPD with arms, as opposed to a nonviolent response team that the community asked for, and that we work for real safety for everyone by thinking big and addressing the problems at their root. Thank you for listening.
Next is Zach Wynn.
Good evening. On March 20th, two men from Brooklyn were arrested by Ithaca Tompkins SRT with 3 pounds of meth and a few ounces of cocaine. This level of meth seizure is pretty common in the area, in the county. If you remember, a few years ago, there were back-to-back shootings at West Village, and then a confrontation down at the DMV a month later when they arrested the person responsible, one of the people responsible. He had a pound of meth and a bunch of guns and cash. So I'm curious if there is any recognition by the county of the meth crisis that is playing out in the area, or any attempts to address it apart from law enforcement arrests. People are coming from outside of the community to sell one of the worst drugs in existence, and when you have people selling meth, you have people doing meth. I believe it is responsible for a great deal of the erratic and antisocial behavior in the county. Meth is a particularly pernicious drug in that it takes an unavoidable toll on its user's body and their mind, proving so addictive it is often impossible for them to escape its grip. A lot of attention and resources are devoted to opiate addiction. What is being done about meth? I would appreciate if the sheriff and perhaps someone from the health department could describe the magnitude of the meth issue from their perspective and what is being done to mitigate the problem. I believe it would be a valuable piece of information for the public to have. On the flock issue, the suggestion to contract with another company is a non-starter. The only way you could possibly get away with another ALPR system would be to have the county design, build, and maintain its own. And I'm sure there are some undergrads at Cornell who would jump at the opportunity to design a prototype over a weekend just to say they did it. But short of that, there's no scenario where the public will accept an ALPR system in the county. I would also like to ask the legislature to consider issuing a statement in opposition to the war in Iran, which seems like a really bad idea. There's already manifesting in global fuel and fertilizer shortages. You've in the past taken stances on national, even international issues, and I think this one might be worth it. you know. And on the flock issue, it is undeniable that it has had an, you know, reduction in gun violence, according to Travis. This issue would have already been done if it wasn't for Mr. Brooks speaking out for it at the time. So it is not going to be your neighborhoods seeing gunfire, probably, if it comes back. So if there is indeed a return of gun violence, like there was a few years ago, after flock is gone, you might need to think outside the box about how to do something about it. Because drug dealers shoot at each other. They don't undercut each other on prices. And people are dealing drugs here. And people die or lose their minds and set fire to apartment buildings, stuff like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Next, we have Lori Konwinski, Anna Ortiz, and Dirk Troike.
Good evening. My name is Lori Konwinski. I live and work here in the city of Ithaca, and it's my great honor to facilitate a grassroots organization called Immigrant Solidarity. Many of my wonderful colleagues are here tonight speaking. First of all, thank you for your service to our county, and thank you for tackling all of the many things that you do. Someone wiser than I am once said, all politics is local, so thank you for realizing that not only do you deal with immediately what happens here in our county, but also the ramifications of state and national policy to our communities. I am grateful for all the work about the flock cameras. I stand with my colleagues here in opposition to that contract for all the reasons that they have so eloquently said. I work for an organization called Catholic Charities. We serve a lot of immigrants, and there are many immigrants here in our county. We know that people are afraid because of the current federal administration's policies. We're so glad that in our county we stand with immigrants at the government level, at the grassroots level. So I would like to ask you today to show that support by supporting that resolution about those two bills at the New York State level. If we can't get anything changed at the federal level, at least we as New Yorkers can do something about what happens here in our own state. The Dignity Not Detention bill would help to ensure that we don't have that situation with detention centers that we're hearing about where the conditions are so awful and inhumane. As a Catholic, I will tell you, and I am not alone in this, that every human being has dignity and no one ought to be in a warehouse, man, woman, or child. We don't want that in our state. The New York For All Act, again, would help to keep our communities safer. It would keep our local and county law enforcement out of the federal business of immigration law. Some years back, when a similar idea was popping up, I had a good meeting with our sheriff who said to me, this is more or less a direct quote, my officers have way too much to do to be doing immigration work. And I'm quite sure that's what he would say again today, all these years later. Let's make sure that it's not just our county, but our surrounding neighbor counties that also don't get involved anymore with that kind of collusion, because it's hurting our families, it's hurting our economy, it's hurting our farmers, and frankly, it's hurting our moral standing in the world. Thank you so much again for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Ortiz, and I just want to take a second before she speaks. We've given Anna the name of Mayor of the People. And the reason why is, I'm sure all of you will remember about a month ago, whenever there was a situation at Asteri, Anna Ortiz was one of the first individuals that showed up and said, how can I feed these people? And so I just want to sing your praises today, Anna. You're such a humble person, and you do so much for our community. And you were just truly an angel. So let's give Anna Ortiz a hand.
Well, thank you, Shauna Block. My feedback for my neighborhood West End, I just want to let you know, like, not much of the people that came down here from West End, because they just say, why my voices matter? They not even listen to us. And then it's like, now you shut down the flock thing, we concerned about West End, especially West Village. We spent a year and a half just cleaning up, and we just starting doing other stuff. Flat or no flat, or security, not security, West End, West Village is gonna go back in business. I just wanna let you know, because I don't have to be going in a title or a seat to doing things happening in Ithaca. I just want to make clear. That's why people, they decide, and I be the representative, because when people say I'm the people or the mayor, it's because I work my butt up to take care of the neighbors. It's not because somebody just told me, it's because we work in the street. So if you don't have no flat, so where are the other part of the security we gonna talk about? Because if you're not gonna have security cameras taking care of our neighborhood, so we have to find a solution to keep it safety, because 2 doors behind where I live, it was some shooting. On the top of West Village Community Room, it was shooting by the mailbox at 1 p.m. People, they were driving off like flat, like how you say, like the flies in Plain Street. I don't know if people just forget about that part. And then some incident thing in the school, car went over to the school, and thank God it was at nighttime. You imagine it was like a daylight, like our children is in the school. So if you don't have no flood, so I just wanted to see what's the other part of the security we're gonna have that. Because everybody just come over here and fighting and all the stuff, but when something going down, I don't see nobody taking care of the community, just the people in the street like us. So and then instead of you doing all the stuff, we're gonna always, it's a victory. You should doing a neighborhood watch in your area. And then I don't have to go in your area to take care of your neighbor. So instead to go over here and doing against all the stuff, you're supposed to take care of your own neighbor. So Ithaca, we can be safe, because and over there by the Ithaca High School and New Roots, it was collecting children, and then they took it away. So I wanted to know about a safety plan, because I want to be involved, because I'm tired. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Dirk Trakey, Aaron Bernardo, Sarah DeFrank, and Paul Castiglione.
Hello, everyone. I would like to begin by also voicing my support for the New York for All and Dignity Not Detention acts at the state level, and for the county to support those efforts. I think that all the people before me spoke very eloquently about this, but I think it's very clear that federal immigration policy is about ethnic cleansing right now, and I think that we need to put every stop in hoop in the way for that process to unfold. We need to protect people from the federal government. That's what we have to do. That is where society is right now. So I urge you to support those. I want to also speak regarding Flock. Thank you so much. I know everybody's worked really hard, and I agree with what Anna says about we do need another plan for community safety then, and that's something that's always perennially there, right? Like that we have to from the grassroots up secure safety through the things that really do bring us safety, such as people having adequate housing, people having adequate food, people having safe and secure jobs, people having safe neighborhoods, etc. I want to speak regarding Flock in favor of the CCOPS legislation, the model legislation through the ACLU. I want to see surveillance come out of the procurement zone and come into the policy zone, because that's why we're in this problem. Because we took a policy issue and we made a procurement issue, where like flock isn't just a new type of police car that you buy. It's an entire relationship with society, there's an entire system of values behind that, and there's an entire set of vulnerabilities to that need to be discussed in a public forum, not just an item that you purchase. So that's why I really hope that that's the next step, so that we have a whole structure for making these decisions moving forward, so that we don't end up in a place like this. Thank you so much.
Next is Aaron Fernando.
Hello. So yes, on Flock and systems like it, I just want to point out that what we're actually discussing is the core idea that mass surveillance makes us safer, or does it? And the idea is that by tracking the movements of all of us, as if we are all under perpetual non-consensual criminal investigation, that this is like a society we want to live in, that it makes us safer. This moves us toward a future, a specific future that we can ask, do we want that for future generations? This would be a society in which every time you go to the grocery store, every time you walk your dog, every time you go to your place of worship or school, hundreds of faceless agents and AI programs log your every move. And we are actually often failing to question if that makes us safe. It's kind of a laughable idea. Mass surveillance is used by the Chinese government against its people. It's used by the Iranian government against its people. It's used by the Israeli military against the people it occupies and perpetrates genocide against. This is because mass surveillance is not safety. It is intimidation by the state. It's subjugation. It is violence one step removed, one step implied. It is the entrenchment of a violent top-down hierarchy. Mass surveillance is an acceptance of the police state into our streets. Mass surveillance is different from cameras. It is not one camera or a small set of cameras. When you network all of those cameras into a vast and sweeping system that tracks people between locations, you have something that more resembles GPS. And then it logs your movements and puts them into a database. This is the type of system that authoritarians currently use for the purpose of intimidation. I can't even believe that we're discussing this as if it's safety right now, but I think we're doing it because we're living in a country that is actually failing. We're living in a country whose leader is threatening acts of terrorism against an entire population. We're living in a country that is the biggest weapons dealer in this world. Our guns drive the drug wars of Latin America and the wars of literally everywhere. The violence of this country will not be addressed by those in power, and that violence boomerangs back. That violence is highly profitable, and so is the mass surveillance that is a false solution that is supposed to solve it. So if you truly care about the safety of this community, don't hitch your horse to the false solution of mass surveillance. It's a beloved tool of authoritarians. No mass surveillance of any sort, not Flock, not Axon, not Motorola. If you want to address security and true safety, we need actual systems of community care and community trust. Mass surveillance is non-consensual. It cannot build community trust. Thank you.
Sarah DeFrank.
Hello, thank you, Chairman Black and the Legislature. I wanted to say that I really appreciate everyone's civic engagement tonight, and I'm moved by it. Thank you, everyone who's been participating so far. My name is Sarah DeFrank. I work at the Food Bank of the Southern Tier, where I am the Director of Advocacy and Education, as well as a part of the Tompkins Food Future Steering Committee. The Food Bank of the Southern Tier proudly supports the Good Food Purchasing New York program because it aligns closely with our mission to provide equitable access to nutritious, high quality foods for all members of our community. This program advances values that are essential to building strong, more resilient food systems, supporting local economies, and supporting values-based procurement practices. By prioritizing responsible sourcing and increasing access to healthy foods, the Good Food Purchasing New York program will help address food insecurity while also strengthening regional agriculture and supply chains. These efforts directly benefit the individuals and families we serve, many of whom face barriers accessing fresh and nutritious foods. We believe that public institutions have a powerful role to play in shaping food systems that are just and sustainable. Supporting this effort is a meaningful step forward, creating long-term positive change in our region. We're proud to stand behind this initiative and encourage others to join in advancing a healthier and more equitable future for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Paul Castiglione.
Hello, my name is Paul Castiglione, and my Sicilian grandfather taught me how to pronounce it. I went back to the original Italian pronunciation. And my Irish mother, whose parents had lived here a few generations longer than my father's family. But I felt welcome. I'm a relatively new citizen here in the Ithaca area. I moved here in September. I felt very welcome since being here. I'm not an expert in any of this area. I was busy with my career and family, and though feel welcome here today to be able to share as a citizen some ideas that I have, which gives me hope for our community here and in what we hope for ourselves. Mike Stigler is my legislative representative. Hello, sir. And thank you again for the opportunity to be able to share a few thoughts. I ask that our local community be intentional about search and surveillance. As the technology evolves, I suggest it is our responsibility as citizens and local elected officials to explore and offer ourselves conversations. I was heartened by the conversations around citizen work groups. And really focus around the ethical edges of search and ethical, even generous treatment while protecting our community members. Democracy and democratic principles will live or die here in Ithaca and at the local level across New York State and the United States of America, I do believe, particularly given news about policies and use of data by federal agencies. Thank you again for my time today and your time and commitment to the Ithaca community, and what I presume and witness here as your intention to support a community in which we want to live. And that community for me looks welcoming. My grandfather, when anyone stopped to his house, a salesperson or anyone, would invite him in to join the pasta dinner that was being served. I have very fond memories of my grandfather and that perspective, and that is the way that I hope to be able to experience and welcome others here. So to be supportive of one another and our most helpful interpretation of the United States Constitution, which of course includes the Fourth Amendment. And it also includes my support for New York bills, Dignity Not Detention, and New York for All. Thank you.
Welcome to Tompkins County. Jonathan Lamb, Reggie Teasley, and Katie Flawless.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Lamb, and I'm the co-president of Cornell ACLU and the community organizing coordinator for Amnesty International's New York Refugee and Migrant Rights Task Force. I'm here today expressing strong support for the Thompson County Legislature endorsing New York for All and Dignity Not Detention, two critical pieces of legislation that would help protect immigrant communities across New York State. As student organizations at Cornell University committed to civil liberties and immigrant justice, we urge the county legislature to stand with immigrant communities and publicly support these measures. The New York for All Act would ensure that local and state resources are not used to assist federal immigration enforcement. Policies that entangle local institutions with federal immigration enforcement undermines the trust between immigrant communities and public institutions. When individuals fear that interacting with local authorities could lead to detention or deportation, it discourages people from reporting crimes, seeking services, or engaging with their communities, ultimately weakening public safety for everyone. This issue is particularly relevant in our region and our county. Last year, just an hour away, Broome County Jail entered into a 287G agreement with ICE, allowing local jail officials to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement and hold immigrants for immigration detention. Programs like 287G effectively turn local jails into extensions of federal immigration enforcement, expanding detention capacities, and put our own immigrant community members at risk here in Thompson County. These arrangements blurred the lines between local governance and the federal immigration enforcement in ways that harm immigrant communities across New York. As student organizations, we have worked directly with individuals impacted by immigration detention in New York State. The Batavia ICE detention facility in Buffalo, located just a few hours away, has been a site where advocates and students, including members of our organizations, have engaged with detained individuals through visitation programs and direct advocacy support. Through these experiences, we have listened to firsthand accounts from people held in detention, describing prolonged confinement, barriers to legal representation, medical neglect, and the profound psychological toll that detention plays on the individuals and their families. Ithaca has been long recognized as a community committed to welcoming immigrants and upholding human rights. By endorsing the New York for All Act and Dignity Not Detention, the Ithaca or the Thompson County Legislature can reaffirm its commitment to dignity, justice, and the protection of all immigrant communities. Thank you.
Reggie Teasley.
Hi, my name is Reggie Teasley. I've lived in Ithaca for over 40 years. I'm speaking tonight as a volunteer with Tompkins Food Future, and I'm here to ask for your support for the Good Food Bill in the state legislature. This bill is made for these times. Since the pandemic shocks and in the midst of war and shipping disruptions, we see that we face daunting challenges. We've also learned that we are all in this together. The local economy and the environment also matter. So spending our dollars thoughtfully with larger issues in mind simply makes good sense. Public money should reflect our community's values, and I'm proud of the values that have been represented here this evening. This bill removes barriers that have prevented public institutions from practicing values-based food procurement. How wise it is to use every dollar we spend in New York to promote the common good, good jobs, racial equity, environmental sustainability, and animal welfare, while providing high-quality foods that build up our local communities and economies. We can foresee that there will be tighter funds in the future, so let's get the most value from our spending. Speaking for myself, I want to say how much I appreciate Tompkins Food Future. They have systems thinking. Their multi-pronged and integrated approach to local food production, food quality, food access, avoidance of waste, and promotion of human dignity makes common sense and provides a nexus for thinking about food future. We're very fortunate to have this organization here. Thank you for your time.
Katie Hallis, Sean McKeon, Joey Gates, and Alon Shapiro.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Katie Hallis. I'm honored to be here with all of you tonight. I coordinate Tompkins Food Future, which is our local food council, a coalition of diverse partners across the food system working together towards building a more resilient, equitable, and healthy food future for all of us here in our community. We do this by raising awareness, coordinating action, and fostering collaboration, believing that we can do more together than we can alone. Our leadership of over 17 individuals helps guide and implement our county's, our Tompkins Community Food System Plan, the first of its kind that was completed in 2022 with input from over 2,000 community members and 50 organizations. So I want to say tonight, remind us all that something we know, but maybe happens kind of in the background of our lives, food touches nearly every part of our daily lives, something we make decisions about all the time. Yet too often, decisions about food and our food system are made in isolation rather than in coordination. And when that happens, resources are stretched, opportunities are missed, and we're less prepared to respond to both everyday needs and times of crisis. As a result, our food system is both one of our greatest vulnerabilities, but it's also one of our most promising solutions to climate, economic, and public health challenges. And that's why we need continued support and investment from public and private partners to continue building our food future. I'd like to highlight 2 initiatives we're currently working on. In response to community need and longstanding inequities, Tompkins Food Future launched the Funding Funds for Farms and Food Access program in 2024, thanks to the support of this legislature. Thank you for that. Since then, the program, which is currently based at CCE, has supported over 150 farmers and local food access partners by providing fundraising and grant writing assistance. This has resulted in over $2.5 million in grants submitted, $655,000 awarded, and significant capacity building, including ongoing work to develop a sustainable, collectively managed farm-to-food access system. I'd also, tonight, I'm here to ask you to support the Good Food New York bill. New York's public institutions are currently restricted by antiquated laws that require them to purchase the lowest cost option. Tompkins Food Future supports this bill for a number of reasons. This bill provides an opt-in voluntary opportunity, not a mandate, because it would allow greater flexibility in purchasing decisions. Folks have talked about how public spending should reflect public values, and by passing this resolution, Tompkins County can signal to the governor and to the state that we're ready to remove these restrictive mandates and transform how our public institutions are using their purchasing power, which is over $500 million in New York State, feeding millions of meals towards building a more resilient and healthy and equitable food system. So thank you.
Sean McKean.
Yeah, hello, thank you. This is my first meeting, so it's really cool. You guys are really far out and groovy, so thanks for being here and doing all this really heavy work. We've been talking a lot about watching our streets. I'm gonna talk about watching what we eat, because I'm here to tell you school food sucks. Trust me, I am knee deep in the trenches of it. The Park Foundation did a whole study on it. Cornell's 2022 assessment of the Newfield Breakfast Program is beautiful looking and a deeply accurate picture. Jamie Oliver, Rachel Ray, Emma Thompson, Chef Ann Cooper, and even Michelle Obama will concur the state of the plate is not good. We made school food universal, and demand did not change. Students tell me daily they will not eat school food. It's all just government swill, it's under-seasoned and overly healthy looking. Heck, some don't even believe it's food at all. And many won't even try it, even for free. 350,000 plus lunch ladies and another 80,000 lunch dudes like myself are the moving parts of a system that is both broken and running exactly as intended. But I'm here to talk future, not past. I'm not here officially in my role as farm to school coordinator, but as a 110% enthusiastic member of Tompkins Food Future. I'm here to let you know, in Tompkins County and across this nation, school food is being rebooted. We are turning away from the prison model upon which it was formed. We are not making tiny tweaks or micro tunes. We are finally beginning to make cafeterias the heart of our schools. We are taking food service professionals out of their heavily regulated and culturally stigmatic isolation and matching their deep care and compassion with investments in training, full staffing, and open ears to their very real struggles and their very incredible successes. School Food Reboot is asking schools to make their food environments better, in the cafe, in the classroom, all the way to the wellness policies which lay dormant more often than not. The reboot is asking our governments to write stronger policies and to reform the poorly written, the purposely oppressive, the outdated, and all those laws that reflect the deep disconnect between the policy writer and the policy user. Policy, like the Good Food Bill, is proof that change is possible. In fact, you know what, just a minute ago I misspoke. School food is awesome. It is ripe with room for growth. With the right initiatives, we can return to scratch cooking. If we can cook from scratch, we can use more whole ingredients. If we need more whole ingredients with a little support from policy, or at least without restriction, we can turn to our Empire State farmers to fill that supply. We can use institutional power to create local resilience. We can lift the stigma that school food is bad food, and we can create a food space that we don't recognize, but our children do. We could reboot school food, and it won't happen without the support of every player along the way, from the farmer to the chef to the teacher to their students, their families, and our elected officials. School food is the Good Food Bill. Thumbs up from school food.
Sean McKeon, we need to see more of you.
I'll be here all week. Don't forget to tip your waitress.
Joey Gates.
Chair Black and the legislature, thank you for these moments. This is the lifeblood of democracy. My name is Joey Gates, and a lot of people know me as the dish lady, and I'll get back to that in a minute. But I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, and so when I saw all the folks here talking about flock, I felt I had to weigh in. I live in Trumansburg, and one of the questions I have about flock, if it is so much about safety, why are there 2 flock cameras pointed at empty cornfields along Perry City Road? As a soldier in the late 80s, early 90s, I worked with North Korean defectors and refugees and who came fleeing a heavily surveilled life. And this heavy surveillance led to mistrust in their communities, in their countries, in their institutions, in each other. Trust is the glue that holds society together. And I believe there are better ways we can manage the problems we have. Also, as a soldier, I saw an island of garbage off the coast of the city I lived in as I flew in Asia. This was in 1989. I am the owner of Dish Truck, and I'm the member, and the coordinator of 2 grant-funded zero-waste projects. One is at the Ithaca Farmers Market, thank you to the Park Foundation, and at Grassroots, thank you to the Pollution Prevention Institute, which is funded by the Department of Environmental Conservation through the Rochester Institute of Technology, excuse me. And I am also a member of the leadership team on the Tompkins Food Future, leading a group on the creation of a circular economy in our local food systems to help stem the flow of trash being created in the provision of food. I do this by bringing dishes to and setting up systems at events for folks to use reusable dishes instead of disposable dishes. Along the way, providing also compost buckets and staff knowledgeable on all things plus recycling. I'm here today to share what we are seeing in our community related to this garbage. In our community, we see mountains of garbage created at our many public gatherings and festivals. Waste diversion efforts such as active engagement to collect food scraps for compost, aggressive recyclable separation, and the offering of durable dishes for use instead of disposable yield stunning results. At Culture Camp and Grassroots alone, over 4,000 pounds of compost is collected, over 7,000 redeemable cans and bottles, and over 14,000 dishes are washed in a week. This is just the tip of our iceberg. This garbage goes to our neighboring communities and severely impacts them in their health. I'm going to cut to the chase. This is done ad hoc, mostly by grant funding and volunteers, and it would be nice to see a more cohesive approach to the garbage created.
Thank you. Alon Shapiro?
Hi, I'm Elon Shapiro from town of Ithaca, and I've learned so much tonight about Flock and about the Food Futures program. I hope you all learned a little bit of what I learned, because I think this is a great public learning place. I'm here specifically to talk about the dignity and detention in New York for all, which has been covered very well, so I will keep it short. The main point I want to get across is that it's been dragging for a while, and I believe that a lot of that is because when you have a tyrant, when you have a tyrannical government, it's well known people give in advance. The colleges, the law firms, the corporations have all bent the knee in advance, and I believe that that's what's pushing the governor of this state to come up with a half-hearted attempt to substitute for New York for all. It sounds good, but it's nothing near the quality and the comprehensiveness that we need. So this is a time when we're not doing business as usual. We're dealing with a terrorist government, and we need to use all the courage that we can muster to make a strong statement that we will not collude in any way with these terrorist motivated public federal agents. And that's the reason why these laws are strong and they need to be supported. Thank you.
Annika Rowland, Sharon Tregesis, and Jimmy Jordan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Annika Rowland, and I live and work as an agricultural technical assistance provider in Ithaca, New York, and I'm also on the Tompkins Food Future Leadership group. I want to say before I start talking about Tompkins Food Future that I am in full support of the cancellation of the flock contract, and I greatly appreciated hearing everyone's comments this evening. So today I am going to focus on my support for the passing of the Good Food New York bill by the Tompkins County Legislature. As part of my work as a technical assistance provider, I have the privilege to visit small, diversified farms across Tompkins County and support farmers as they work to make their operations more sustainable through conservation practice implementation. However, often a farmer, before they can even start thinking about adopting a new conservation practice, such as cover cropping, increasing rotational grazing of animals, or planting an alley cropping system, they really need to know where their product that they are investing time and energy to create will be sold. For small farms, I have witnessed that it can be difficult to find those secure markets and buyers, as they often do not produce a large amount of one product to warrant wholesale, or the availability of their products can vary based on factors outside of our control, such as the extreme climate impacts that we have been seeing every single growing year for the past long time. So the Good Food New York bill would not solve all of these problems. However, it would certainly offer farmers a stable, affordable option to sell their products locally. By modernizing the current food procurement standards, small to mid-sized farms, like the ones I work with, would have an equal footing with large bidders for local food contracts. Our robust educational and hospital systems that we have in Tompkins County would be able to approach the small farms that produce milk or apples or vegetables down the road, rather than import products from faraway states. This would create economic resiliency in our community by keeping local dollars local. The bill would also mitigate the economic risks that our small, ecologically minded farmers face almost daily with our current global instability, by expanding their marketing options and validating their importance to our local food system and securing their futures as farmers in our area. And that was my time. Thank you. What was that?
You can finish up if you'd like.
I think that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Tregesis.
Hi, my name is Sharon Tregaskis. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. I've been farming in Ithaca since 2009. For the last 5 years, I've served as the local food coordinator for Nomas Lagermas, which has a weekly food giveaway, financially supported in part by this legislature through its allocations to the Food Bank of the Southern Tier and its 2025 pilot program to help local pantries purchase directly from farms in our county. Thank you. Nomas Lagermas serves anyone in our community struggling to access what they need to feed their households. I also serve on the Tompkins Food Future Community as working group. I call on you this evening to take 3 actions. 1, pass the resolution before you in support of the Good Food New York bill. 2, pass the resolution before you in support of the Dignity Without Detention and New York for All Acts. And 3, cancel the county's contract with Flock before it auto-renews. I value unfettered access to fresh, nutrient-dense food for all of our neighbors and a resilient community food ecosystem that boasts thriving farm businesses. I see these 3 policy actions as mutually supportive of those values. The Good Food Bill creates a mechanism for institutional buyers to make values-based food purchasing decisions, forging a path by which a greater number of small and mid-sized local farmers and food producers can access institutional markets. This access promises to increase the economic vigor and agricultural productivity of our local food producers. It further promises to bolster our local economy. Farmers are unique in the high portion of each dollar we keep recirculating locally. As we watch fuel and grocery prices spike due to the latest war our federal government has started, a resilient web of local and regional food production and the associated supply chains are critical to maintaining food access for our entire community. We've seen elsewhere in this country over the last year that food access has been aggressively constrained by federal immigration enforcement officials as they target community grocers, food pantries, neighbors delivering groceries to one another, and the farm fields where immigrants toil to produce our food. At Nomas Lagermas, we welcome every neighbor who seeks food, honor their dignity, and respect their privacy. It is critical that New York State municipalities and law enforcement not undermine such efforts and instead protect the full participation of immigrants in our communities and promote full and unfettered access to groceries, employment, housing, and other legal protections available to anyone residing in our community. You've heard quite a lot tonight about the effects of surveillance and the hazard of outsourcing security. You've already heard the voices of community members who are working together through Nomas Lagermas, through Flock Off, through Tompkins Food Future, through myriad local advocacy organizations and churches who are already working together to promote our collective health and safety. It is abundantly clear that we keep us safe. Taken together, these three policy actions support our community's economic and food production resilience, food security, and collective safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Jordan, and then Marianne Grady-Flores.
Hey everyone, normally I'm not up here doing this, but I have a statement of support and gratitude from local media about the proclamation, the local Newsday proclamation. Put this together and I got some signatures from some other local editors to share here. Local media has been in decline for years across the US. If you want to describe that trend, you can have your pick from the litter of grim statistics. Nearly 40% of newspapers have shuttered in the past 2 decades. Newsroom staff sizes have been reduced by over half over a similar period of time. It's bad. But compared to other communities, we're really lucky in Tompkins County to have a plethora of local news outlets all working towards the same goal, to engage, inform, and sometimes even entertain. Among us, mighty small organizations, to name some, are WHCU, WSKG, WRFI, the Ithaca Times, the Ithaca Voice, and Tompkins Weekly. We even have student publications such as the Ithacan and the Cornell Daily Sun that do some local reporting. So Local News Day launched earlier this year as a way to try to connect communities to their local news organizations. We live in an increasingly fractured media environment. People know less and less about what's happening in their own backyard. Local and hyperlocal news is more important than ever. The members of local media have signed this letter. They believe that a strong media ecosystem in every community is for the civic good. The Tompkins County Legislature making a local Newsday proclamation is one small way for it to show support for the outlets that show up and cover the community and at times challenge our local officials. It is a meaningful step towards something we all care deeply about. So thank you from myself, Maddie Vogel, Jamie Cohn-Hughes, and Joe Salzone from our respective organizations. It means a lot.
Great. Jimmy Jordan, definitely award for the best hair tonight. Yeah. You're a contender next week. 2 more weeks. And Grady-Flores.
Amen. Thanks, Shauna. I agree. I love the do. Hi, everybody. I'm Marianne Grady-Flores. I know a number of you. I've been here off and on. It was new. It was a little shocking to see the security thing downstairs, but that's for another time. So I want to thank you all for the work that you guys have been doing on following the will of our broader community concerning Flock. I think you heard me once before speak about this, but I am so grateful that you are choosing to end the flock contract, but also please don't sign any other surveillance contracts, camera contracts. So many others said it much better than I will, but I think it's really important to follow what Ruth Yarrow had talked about, which is to focus or refocus on the reimagining public safety, which would employ people to deal with things that would need a nonviolent response, whether it be for a mental illness or whatever the other needs are, that we're not running in with guns, and that people are made safe. And as I have said before, I come from the Ithaca Catholic worker community, and one of the things that Dorothy Day, who started the Catholic worker community, said, we do the works of mercy, which so many people here do, you know, feeding the community, taking folks in. We know that that is part of what keeps us safe. But then the other part is that we question and challenge the works of war. Anyway, in thinking about the war making of our country, and my God, I am offended by this Israeli flag that's in the room on this desk, because we know that this war in Iran, which 87% of the American people are against, was started, as Marco Rubio said, well, Israel started, we had to go and follow. That's not appropriate. We need to pull back from that kind of policy, and now we have thousands of people dead, including our own service people, who we need to be caring for in a great way, caring for each and every person. So I did live in the West Bank. I did live among my brothers, my Palestinian brothers and sisters, and I experienced what occupation felt like, and it was horrendous. Surveillance cameras were developed under occupation. That's been imported here. And we know that Gaza was the template for a lot of this stuff. So thank you for your time. Thank you. And we'll talk.
Jim McGuire, and I believe Jim is joining us online.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jim McGuire, and I'm a partner in Herald Square. I watched the legislative session on March 3rd and the struggle to both meet the operational needs of the staff and the public, as well as to be conscious of the overall costs and the financial needs of other public projects. I've been amazed that there's not been meaningful engagement with us or more public discussion of the Herald Square alternative. I've called several of the legislators and appreciate their time to discuss the issue, but I want to focus on one simple idea tonight. Not what the county needs, but how you choose to deliver it. There's no question that the Tompkins County needs modern, efficient government space. The real question is whether that should take 5 or 7 years and carry significant cost escalation risk and require major disruption, or whether there's a more reasonable path forward. Herald Square offers that alternative. We can deliver up to 60,000 square feet of fully customized, built-to-suit government space in less than 18 months from commitment. Not partially complete, not conceptual, fully delivered and operational. And importantly, we do this within an existing new structure, which means you're not exposed to the same risks that come with a ground-up project: escalating costs, delays, and uncertainty. I stand here with a lifetime of experience to understand those risks. This is the best of both worlds. All the space the staff needs for less than half the cost to taxpayers. We're offering the land, building, shell, and infrastructure for $213 a square foot, as compared to budgeted numbers of $1,250 a square foot or so in your other alternatives. Interior spaces are designed entirely around your needs. The question is not whether you can get the building that meets all of your needs, it's whether you can get it faster with less risk and at a lower cost. because ultimately this is not a real estate decision. It's a responsibility to taxpayers, and from that perspective, the choice becomes much clearer. Thank you. I believe there's been much misinformation and misrepresentation as to what is possible to achieve and the ongoing cost efficiency of owning space in a mixed-use building. The county would own it. They can own or lease. We're totally flexible. But if they condominiumized it and owned it, it would be absolutely cheaper to own and operate. I hope you will engage us and explore the facts. I welcome any of you to contact us for a tour or further discussion. If you engage us, you will get everything you need, and we would just be delighted to explore the possibilities in an open, transparent, and public fashion. This is something that should be explored before you spend 2 to 3 times the money for your other alternatives and take years longer.
Thanks, Jim. Next, we have Enrico Diabate.
This is my guy.
Good evening. My name is Enrico Diabate, and I work for McGuire Development Company and here representing Herald Square. I'm really here to touch on how relocation to Herald Square would work in practice. The building offers 4 floors of available office space, each being approximately 12,000 square feet, and currently all in shell condition. This term essentially means that you have a blank canvas in which you can create your own layout that meets the needs of current and future government operations. From a pragmatic standpoint, you have the opportunity to fully invest in creating high-quality workspaces and a better working environment for Tompkins County employees, while the project budget would avoid costly stressors such as unforeseen conditions to be uncovered during site excavation, creation of utility infrastructure, and steel and other core and shell costs that have material prices skyrocketing and have been skyrocketing since COVID. For those of you that haven't been to Herald Square and toured these spaces, please keep please keep an open mind that the current conditions are just the bones of what your center of government could be. There are endless possibilities with respect to connectivity between floors, public access areas, and potential expansion if needed. The building offers both basement storage as well as ground floor public-facing spaces totaling an additional 11,000 square feet, which could be used for polling or hosting public meetings such as this. When it comes to parking and accessibility, we can work with the city to utilize the City Hall parking lot on Green Street, which would create a welcoming, direct, and accessible connection into the county's new home at Herald Square. As stated, there are other parking availability options as well. There's 3 parking garages all within a 5-minute walk of Herald Square. And there are truly few better office locations that have proximate downtown parking than Herald Square itself. As was previously stated, we can offer a turnkey delivery at Herald Square that can be executed in a fraction of the time and a fraction of the cost to the county. And it's all something that we can make your own space, whether you own it or decide to lease it. So this is a real and executable opportunity for Tompkins County, and we hope that you consider it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Mary White, and then I have Lisa Levy.
Okay, and then somewhere in the rest of the evening is Dave Lewin, my partner, signed up. They limited you to 3 minutes, so.
Jim, I think you're still on.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Good evening. I'm Mary White. I live on Sear Street near here. I am very concerned about seeing the legislation passed for controlling the building of concentration camps and for the general respect of and care for immigrants. I'm one of those people. My ancestors immigrated something like 400 years ago. I've got relatives buried in North Lansing, I recently discovered. But I live in a community, and among people, my nearest and dearest are immigrants. Legally, most of them, with papers and all of that, and they still live in fear today. There is very few people who are recent immigrants in this country within their own lifetimes who are not living in fear. And anything this legislature can do to influence our state legislature, which will influence further policies, I urge you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Levy.
Hello. First, again, thank you to the legislators, and it's a perilous time to be a public servant and really appreciate all your efforts. And also just to see all the caring of this community and how many people work to make this a lovely place to live. My name's Lisa D'Onofrio Levy. I crossed a lot of worlds in my life. I feel like I was an immigrant growing up. I don't look like an immigrant, but I grew up in a very Irish, Catholic, Italian town where everybody was Irish, Catholic, and Italian. And I'm one of 7 kids, half of which went to college. I went to Cornell. I worked my butt off. I graduated in the top 5% of my class. Immigration is what this country is about. It's people who are immigrants mostly work really, really hard because they have a goal. And the fact that we're treating people who are new immigrants the way we are just completely breaks my heart. And my father would talk about Italian prejudice, and of course you think your parents are kind of stupid, and I thought that's ridiculous. But when he was growing up, it was true. Italians were dirty and stupid and lots of other things, and it was not easy to be accepted by society. Second thing is, I spent over 30 years as a corporate consultant. I would say I would not trust any company that tells you your data is safe. Sadly, from the inside, companies prioritize profit over people every minute, every day. They don't have a counterbalancing force. We don't have regulations to protect us. And these kind of cameras, and as we're seeing with technology, there's been so many. They knowingly do what's going to make the most money. And it's hard for me to say that, but I've seen it too much. Last thing I would say is this idea of these cameras would make us safe is crazy. In the lovely suburb where my husband and I raised our kids, this issue came up around the corner from us about, and I read something about it in the news, and then realized it was in our town, and then I was like telling my husband, oh my God, turns out this guy around the corner, living with his parents, 50 years old, locked room, had like 100 guns. And he was abusing the immigrant neighbors from, I think they were Haitian. And when at the community meeting that they invited people within a certain geography, the police chief who lived in our neighborhood area said, the safest thing you can do is know your neighbors. Bar nothing else, talk to your neighbors, care about your neighbors, know your neighbors. To me, this flock camera stuff is going just the opposite direction. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We have 2 more speakers tonight. Next is Jonathan Lamb. Not sure if Jonathan's on still.
I think he spoke already in person.
Oh, okay. And then last we have David Lubin. Okay, I think he might have left. Just want to say thank you to everyone that came to speak with us tonight. Your feedback is very important to us, and it's our job to listen to all of you. I think it would be important for us to go to a 10-minute break at this point, and then we'll move on to legislator privilege of the floor. Thank you all.
Okay, everyone, if we can make it back to our seats, please.
Okay. Wasn't that fun?
I promised our clerks we wouldn't be too late tonight.
Too late.
Getting glares already.
Oops. As you should.
As I should, that's right. I'll just wait for Chris. We have a thumbs up. Okay, I did speak with Margaret Fabrizio from the City of Ithaca, and she has nothing to report. They're not going to be in attendance at our meeting tonight. And so next, let's go ahead and go to legislator privilege of the floor. Judith Hubbard.
Today has been a difficult day for me. At 8:06 a.m. this morning, the President of the United States wrote the following message on Truth Social. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world, 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death, will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. I'd like to read that chilling first line again. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back. Iran is a country of 93 million people. 20 million of those people are age 14 and under. This threat to destroy a civilization is shocking to the soul. It is easy to imagine that it is a toothless threat because the alternative is frankly unthinkable. And to my great relief, in the last few minutes, our government has just agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. But let's not forget that on February 28th, the US military shot a US Tomahawk missile at a children's school in Iran, killing 175 people. Most of them young girls between the ages of 7 and 12. After the first missile struck the school, rescuers arrived to try to help teachers, parents, only for the victims trapped in the rubble and their would-be rescuers to be hit by a second missile and then a third, also shot by the US military. I look at these children and I think of my children. I look at this school and I think of my children's school, Fall Creek Elementary School. If my children were trapped in that rubble, I would be there too. If these deaths were the consequence of a natural disaster, it would be a tragedy. But this was not a natural disaster. This was an atrocity. Instead of expressing sorrow and regret at the deaths of innocent civilians, our president doubled down, threatening to attack and destroy civilian infrastructure, bridges, desalination plants which provide the water that people need to live. Threats to civilians and deaths of civilians are part of his plan. So far, at least 1,665 civilians have already been killed in Iran. The threat today that our president made was to multiply that atrocity by a factor of 50,000, from 1,665 to 93 million. As the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the most militarily powerful country in the world, this is not an empty threat. If it was a bluff, it was intended to terrify the people of Iran, to terrify the people of the United States, to terrify the people of the world. I give up, I'm terrified. I'm still terrified. Terror as a weapon has a word. Let's be clear, Donald Trump wrote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back. But if that happens, it won't be one civilization that dies, it will be two. Because no country can commit that level of savagery, of inhumanity, and stay sane. No country that proposes to wipe out a country of 93 million can claim to be civilized. As a country and as a world, we are on the brink of real disaster. The kind of disaster that echoes through the history of decades and centuries. This is not a Democrat versus Republican issue. This is an issue of humanity versus atrocity. So I call on my colleagues in this room and for all citizens of the United States to reject these statements, because to stand silent as an American is to acquiesce. And to stand silent as a Republican is to endorse. Thank you.
Very well said, Judith. Iris Packman.
Thank you, Judith. That was really moving and very well said. A tough act to follow. I'm just going to briefly reflect also on these remarks from our president over the past few days. He's declared that he will bomb Iran back into the Stone Ages. He will hit civilian infrastructure, including power plants, bridges, and train routes. In fact, the human rights activist news agency said that over the past 24 hours, it has recorded 425 attacks in 16 provinces in Iran, with at least 36 civilians killed and 48 injured. That was just in the past day. These attacks targeted railway routes, bridges, and major transportation corridors. Our president's proclamation of a planned genocide comes in an unprecedented way. Never before has a world leader so clearly and publicly announced their plans to commit war crimes. In times like these, I think it's helpful to turn to history. I like to read history books. This is the rise and fall of the Third Reich. It's very relevant now, sadly. The international laws that we are familiar with now come after the Nazis were tried at Nuremberg. And the intention there was to hold accountable the leaders for carrying out acts of genocide against millions of people. They're supposed to dictate what is a proper or humane way to conduct ourselves at war, if such a thing exists. And one of the key pieces is that you do not target civilian infrastructure and civilians in an armed conflict. At Nuremberg, a lot of the Nazi leaders claimed they didn't know what the orders were that they were carrying out. That was obviously found not to be true for most of them. But today, no one can claim ignorance as to the president's plans. He's been loud and clear. And so I agree with Judith, we must speak out in our local communities. That's why I'm sorry that we're taking time. I know it's a long night, but we can't be silent. We should speak out to our elected representatives as we move up the chain to our federal leadership. I believe a quarter of the Democrats in Congress are now calling for impeachment, but that is not very many. And to our international friends to show support. This is not what the people want, this war, these war crimes, and is not who we are as Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris. Deborah Dawson.
Well, I didn't write a speech, and I defer to my much more articulate colleagues for their statements. But I'd like to point out that the reason that we have these rules, the reason that we've defined certain approaches as war crimes versus however legitimate a war initiative can be, it's to protect us as well. If there are no rules, if it's a no holds barred free-for-all, then we can expect that Iran's going to respond accordingly. I don't think any of us can afford to sit here and think that this is just something that's taking place half a world away and we'll just get on with our lives as if everything's normal, because nothing's normal. And I could go on based on watching what this administration has done to the Justice Department that I worked for. The tax division that I worked for no longer exists. The U.S. attorney's offices around the country are dropping the ball right and left, not only because the idiots that our president appoints to run the Justice Department are just that, idiots, but because people are being forced out or they're voluntarily quitting because they can't stand working for a Justice Department that's been so completely subverted and perverted. we don't have a system of justice here at home, and we're certainly not observing any kind of international rule of justice either. I mean, when you talk about a president that threatens to destroy a civilization halfway around the world, he's already well on the way to destroying ours. And I'm sick of living with this feeling that the fit's going to hit the shan any minute now. I don't know about the rest of you. I don't know what we can do, but we have to keep our voices loud and clear that this is not acceptable. You can't do this stuff in my name. Thanks.
Thank you, Deborah. Irene Weiser.
Yeah, I too, I don't have really anything written, and I just quickly was Googling something that will give a little bit of flavor and background. But Judith, thank you for your comments, because they said it far better than I could have. And I guess I wanted to stitch it together with, you know, this past week has been the holiday of Passover for those of us who are Jewish. And one of the things that we read at our Seder table is the list of plagues. And there's the old list of plagues, which is, you know, locusts and frogs and floods and that sort of thing. There's a modern list of plagues too, and this isn't the one that was from our Seder table. This is the one I just quickly Googled, but it gives a flavor for the kinds of plagues that we're living with now: environmental destruction, homelessness and poverty, hunger, inequality and inequity, greed and entitlement, discrimination and hatred, gun violence, silence silence during the violence. I can't say that word, admits. Rejection of refugees and the stigma of mental illness. This is just one version of the kind of plagues that we're living through right now, and you know, war and destruction, and the disbelief in science, and you know, the kind of authoritarian fascist leadership that we're seeing more and more of is so deeply troubling and so historic. I mean, it's been going on for years. And it is hard to know, what do we do? Speak out, yeah, but you know, if you guys are like me, it feels a little powerless that we don't have, you know, anything much we can do. Take to the streets, hold up our No King signs. It all matters, and yet none of it is making a difference. So I'm going to pivot a little bit because of part of the conversation that happened here tonight and part of some of the other stuff that's transpired in the past week. What I'm reminded of is how important it was to me to run for this legislature at this time, because I believed that within the chaos that we were living through, and I knew would only get worse, that locally here we could make a difference. And that was in effect in so many ways tonight, and I just treasure this community because of the kinds of voices and commitment and people who come forward in ways that are healing to me and important, I think, to all of us and to the stability of our community. You know, seeing the pictures of the bombings in Iran have been horrifying, and thinking of the children at that school, horrifying. And yet it sort of brought back to me the same kind of horrifying when I read about the fire in Freeville and the pictures and the thoughts of what happened there. and not only what happened to the people in that home and the struggles for the survivors, but also, this really guts me and wrenches me, is somewhere I read, it may be an email that one of you sent around about the people at Dewar who were responding to the survivors and ultimately the people who were victimized by the fire, who were not able to find a way out. And they stayed on the phone and talked with them through their last moments. And it's so important to me that we have people like that in this community who have the courage and the humanity to do that. And it also, and I'm going to pivot way back to the budget discussion and something that I know was important to me and was important to Shauna, which was providing support for the counseling services for our first responders, for the people on 911 who pick up the phone and who do that, and the people who run into buildings when they can to try and save people, and the people who couldn't run in because it was too dangerous and how gutted they must feel, and all of the first responders. And I beg and I plead that this year, when it comes to budget discussions, that we please, we can't provide the counseling and we can't make a difference to everything that's happening in Iran. We can make a difference here, and that money will really, really matter. And I beg you, all of you, to please support that. So that's my weave for tonight.
Lee Shurtleff.
Thank you, Irene. I want to thank you, Shauna, for your comments regarding the responders earlier on in particular. And with that, I want to express just a little bit of sentiment after the last 2 hours of discussion. Not too many years ago, I was awoke on a Sunday morning, 7 o'clock thereabouts, to a call to our ambulance for a gunshot wound. It was 300 feet away from where I was sleeping. And I responded, as did a couple of others, through an uncertain area. And in between where I was and where the event was a church, which an hour later would have been filled with families coming in for a Sunday morning. But we responded nonetheless, despite the circumstances, because that's what we do. And took care of things. The information was pretty uncertain as to what was going on. There was a hesitancy to disclose the information. We had our suspicions. 2 weeks later, there was a high-speed chase through the neighborhood. A person come back for a second attempt, allegedly, to address the situation, and imperiled some people in the neighborhood on the streets, but ultimately law enforcement made an arrest. Now, a couple of years later, we have flock cameras in the general vicinity, and had they been there before this event, it's more than likely that it would have discouraged or may have caused the thing not to have occurred, or just as importantly, it may have provided some leads to law enforcement so that 2 week later situation didn't occur. They probably would have had an arrest within a very short period of time had those existed. And you know, I'm sleeping a few feet away from a flock camera, so be it. But I just want to tell you that to people in my neighborhood, there are many that feel safer because of that program. And I would just express to those that are going to work on this resolution moving forward that whatever you come forward with, whatever we come forward with, is not merely an exercise to try to maintain or sustain grant monies for whatever purposes, but this resolution will genuinely endeavor to eliminate gun violence in all of our neighborhoods, as this program was started out to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Sigler.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to mention some things in the county, actually. I wanted to thank Mike Steitley and his team. I called him, texted him this morning, just because there's some, if you haven't noticed, the lake is extraordinarily high. And, you know, I have people that have concerns about that, obviously, because they either live down there or have, you know, some equipment down there. And I want to thank Joe Scaglione. He's very effective at putting out video of these high waters. But Mike, I called him and asked him, you know, what the situation was. He already had a team on it. And, you know, I called him relatively early, not before 8 or anything like that, but pretty early. And he was like, we already have a team in the field. I'll have an update in about an hour. And I really appreciate that the county is on scene for things like that before I even have to think about it. He's already on top of it. I also wanted to mention somebody who passed away. We've had a lot of loss in Lansing of key people in the past couple months. Can't really name everyone, but I did want to mention Lyle Waddell. Passed away, 92 years old. Lyle, I would see him every year when I would go and get signatures. And Lyle, I think, was just the epitome of Tompkins County to me. He helped build Cornell's first computer lab in 1959. He was a PhD. He helped build that computer lab. And what did they use that computer lab for? Was to track dairy cows. And they were able to track dairy cows from around the country and make the most productive dairy cows in the world, thanks to that computer. He also trained a good number of the AMTs in Tompkins County. He worked at TC3 16 years, I believe, and trained hundreds of EMTs, I think, over the course of his tenure there, and was a firefighter, you know, had the zip-up boots right by his bed, and, you know, was also key to my local library. In fact, the community room is named after him. I always enjoyed seeing Lyle, and he will definitely be missed by me among a lot of other people. So wanted to note his passing. And that is about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I just have a quick Chair's report, and I just want, I've gone back and forth on this because typically as Chair I try not to be political, but I'm also faced with a situation that, like my colleague said, I feel the need to definitely say something tonight. This weekend, I woke up Easter morning and saw the post from Donald Trump. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effin' straight, and by the way, he didn't say effin', you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. And at first, whenever I saw it, because most of the time you see these things and you're like, is that real? And I went to a few different websites, and for once I was actually shocked because it was real. And I was appalled. Later that afternoon, I saw a picture on the president's Facebook page that showed all of the religious leaders around the president with their hands on him. And I just kept thinking, what in the hell is going on? Like, this is America, and this is supposed to be the highest position in our country. And I voted for Republicans, I voted for Democrats, and I've disagreed. I disagree with people constantly. But this takes it to the next level, people. This is so absolutely appalling and insulting for every single American that I can't even fathom what is happening right now. I know it's bad whenever I'm starting to agree with Tucker Carlson. Never in my life have I agreed with Tucker Carlson.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene.
And MJT, yeah, never in my life. On the Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security Facebook page today, all the posts relate to illegal alien murders, and then Sunday, it lists Bible verse after Bible verse after Bible verse. And I just kept thinking, what happened with the separation of church and state? On the Department of Education Facebook page, today there was a meme of a headstone that has DEI, and then it has a frat boy that's throwing a peace sign and taking a selfie with himself in front of the headstone. There's another meme of 4 basketball players. 2 of them have number 47 and have the words merit and skill, and they're coming out to play in the game. And then the other 2 players on the bench with the team or with the number of 46, which we can assume is Joe Biden, have the team name of DEI, and they're sitting on the bench. It's absolutely appalling that in the middle of us essentially bombing the shit out of Iran, excuse my French to everyone, I don't mean to offend people, that we're talking about DEI, and that is the focus right now. They're trying to distract us, all of us, to thinking that right now we should be upset about DEI. So I just want to throw that out there because, I've had a few friends today, and again, I don't care. I have friends, family members that are Republican, Democrat. It doesn't matter to me. I love my family. I love my friends. But this goes way beyond politics. It goes way beyond politics. We're talking about humanity here, and we're talking about history, and we're talking about civilization and cultures that he's destroying. And so I think it is absolutely essential for us to contact our congressman. Has he made a statement? I haven't heard one. I don't care, again, don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican, but we need to know where you stand on this. I think it's essential for all of us to have an opinion on what's going on the federal level, because our constituents are all waiting to see how we're going to react. And we're making history, every single one of us. So thank you for entertaining me, and I'm sorry for saying bad words. I would also like to offer Lee Shirtliff a happy birthday.
Aww.
So.
Oh, he's blushing.
Good to be 40, isn't it?
Again.
Okay, we do not have a special topical presentation this evening, and we're going to move on to reports by our County Administrator, Corsa Akumfi.
Thank you. It's been a quiet week in the office, as usual, and I still love my job. And I just want to also thank Mike and his team at 911, how they responded to the fire incident. It gives all of us encouragement for us to come in every day and try our very best to support the community that we all love and cherish as well. We continue to work with ACR through DSS, Whole Health, and also OTDA to find ways to support individuals that have been affected in the building and how best we can continue to support them. There is a meeting scheduled this week to go over some of the things that are being done to make sure we continue to work with Vecino to maintain what we have been achieved and also improve on the condition at Asteria as well. The budget is very close, continue to work on that. Looking at the numbers is looking interesting as usual. So we're looking forward to meeting all of you next month to go through our retreat and take your direction and determine how much we can cut. So it's going very well as we start to look at the numbers. I think last year it appears we ended the year in a balanced note, and we'll continue to look at the numbers and make adjustments where necessary to stay on course. So yes, it will be interesting year again as we go through the difficulty of maintaining a low tax situation. What else? Yes, based on your direction as well, we are working with HALT on the Senate government. They are currently going through another round of cost estimates and a presentation. We will discuss where we are with the project at the facilities committee. The next facilities committee will discuss where we are and provide you the update as well. And we're working on the shelter programming and everything else that comes in between of itself. Yeah, that's my report.
Any questions or comments for Corsa? Okay, thanks, Corsa. Oh, Irene?
Yeah, I was wondering, I think it was right around the time of our last meeting that OTDA was going to be coming down to review what the needs of people at Osteri. Do you know what happened with that?
The work is still ongoing. They were here for 3 days to do a door-to-door count of all the units. I believe they ended on the 9th floor, and the conversation was they were going to come back, I believe, toward the end of this week. I'll check in tomorrow to find out when they are coming back. But there is ongoing conversations on a daily basis between OTDA, DSS, Vecino to do that census, and they're working very closely with Human Service Coalition through the Continuum of Care program. So there is still ongoing work on a daily basis, and I have not received any report from them. There's still some issues regarding who is supposed to be in the building and who is not, and hopefully we'll get clarity as they work through the process, but they're still on it.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions or comments for Corsa? Thank you, Corsa. Next, we have Maury Josephson, County Attorney.
Good evening. My report will be brief. With respect to the Osteri issues that Irene had just asked about and that Corsa talked about, my office is continuing in a process of coordinating with the city to try and keep up the level of enforcement that is necessary to keep the appropriate incentives in place for the building management to continue operating the building in a safe manner. One item of note is over the course of the past couple of weeks, Holly Mosier presented the case to a hearing officer concerning a series of sanitary violations at the Osteri. The amount of fines sought to be enforced was $49,000. The hearing officer, former member of this legislator, Rich John, upheld $40,000 of the $49,000 in fines and debated the $9,000 amount on the condition that the management of Osteri commit an amount equal to the fines to additional remedies of conditions in the Osteri. That report and recommendation will be before the Board of Health at a special meeting that's being scheduled to decide whether to accept that recommendation or continue with the original fine amount. I will also, as noted earlier today, hopefully be able to work cooperatively with the city in the Flock area so as to wind those relationships down in a way that is most beneficial to the county and to its residents. We've also received some interesting new litigation. I don't think any of it places the county at a material financial risk, but we have drawn a case in which somebody who was foreclosed upon years ago is claiming that the retention of surplus monies was unconstitutional. So we will be litigating that issue, which runs parallel to some issues that are being pursued in federal court on a class action basis by various plaintiffs, where we've been named as well. We also have an interesting judgment enforcement litigation where the matter at issue is whether the county will be able to keep a car that was transferred from ADC to the county to help operate our Code Blue shelter in the initial crisis in 2024, carrying over to 2025. So those are some interesting new cases. I'm happy to answer questions about them or let you know how they're unfolding. We've also prevailed on a number of summary judgment motions in cases in various cases that have been brought by inmates at the jail. So that's a litigation report, a mini litigation report, and an overall report from my office. I would otherwise look forward to answering. I'll have more to say when we get into executive session on the subjects that are subject to executive session. One comment about the discussions here tonight. It really is amazing the diversity of opinion and views that come before us. I took particular note of Jimmy Jordan's comment about WHCU, because WHCU is similar in that you really get both sides of a coin there, because WHCU in the morning is Joe Salzone and Matt Aceto and so forth. But if you flip it on when you're driving home, you get Sean Hannity. Oh. And after Sean Hannity, you get Mark Levin. So it's news radio in the morning and right-wing talk in the afternoon and evening, and a smattering of all sorts of other interesting stuff over the weekends. It's sort of like the old format of News Radio 88 in New York City, which I was a big fan of, and unfortunately, as Jimmy noted, it's gone the way of the dinosaur. So I love my job too, and look forward to our further discussions. If you have any questions, let me know now or let me know later, and I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Maury. Randy Brown.
Yes, thanks, Maury. So on the fine Steri, what remedies do we have if they don't pay it?
Well, like we do with our Atupa cases, is we seek to enforce them in court.
Iris Packman.
And also similarly on enforcement, given that this is a company that has been cited by the health department for violations for over a year, or there was a citation in July, I believe, of last year. So, and then they followed up, and it was still, these problems are ongoing. What does the enforcement look like in the time frame for that? So if, given this $49,000, or I guess reduced penalty, is there a certain date by which we will do another inspection? And if everything is not abated, then what? Or is that still TBD?
Well, I don't think it's TBE in the sense that, in the sense that it's not happening. It's beyond my specific knowledge, but I think that would be an appropriate question to ask of Jenny at the next HHS meeting, and or to ask her, offline. And I'd be, happy to get details for you on that from, from Holly, who's been prosecuting those cases.
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious about what the escalation, like the next step is. Just having reviewed the document that was shared that has the photographs from the report, it's pretty stirring to see, used hypodermic needles scattered about and garbage piled 6 feet up in the hallway, and just, deplorable conditions for anyone to live in.
I think deplorable is a kind way to put it, and it's hard to believe that was something that was present in our community, and I think that's why, the order to vacate, is a reset opportunity, a very significant reset opportunity for robust enforcement and robust oversight by the city and by the county, and doing what it takes to get, and I don't think that anybody should, needs to forego profits, and, I'm a capitalist by trade, so to speak, but if, the balance, the redrawing of the balance with respect to that building can't come soon enough.
I have Greg and then Corsa.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to add to your question that the environmental team will continue to do their work and cite them as many times as they see or inspect the building. I met them and I was like, you have to go there every single day if you can. So there will be continuous visitation and citing them anytime they come across the environment that calls for that. But the other piece of it is, will they pay the other side? And I think they are extreme measures, but as Murray indicated, will be subject to the legal process and what we can do to force them to pay or do something else.
Yeah, there's the monetary judgment, and there's the judgment in the court of public opinion, and those are both things that private equity entities are very concerned about. Vicino, has what, and the companies up the chain from it, including the tax credit traders, generally have a good reputation, but, they dropped the ball here and they need to pick it up.
Greg Muzzy.
Yeah, thanks. And I don't know if this either Maury or Corsa could answer this. Where does the money for the fines imposed on this type of situation go? How do we, and I'm going to call it revenue, how do we class that revenue?
Yeah. After my contingent fee?
Unfortunately, your fee is public and it's fixed.
So I don't know the answer to that question.
I think we have a budget line that will receive any legal process as a revenue. So it's a revenue that we do not budget, but we receive and record it goes to the general fund, depending on the type of judgment. But usually go to the general fund.
Great.
Yes, it goes to the general fund.
That is correct. Yeah. So I guess I would challenge whatever committee could look at this to take up the concept of, I don't think the county should be collecting general fund revenue based on fees and penalties. I think the fees and penalties collected based on sanctions and infractions of the law and code should be going towards making improvements in our community so that these type of situations or go towards some public good or some public benefit outside of our, recouping our fund balance or our fiscal policy or whatever the case may be. So I don't know if this is a GO conversation, a BCP conversation, or all of the above. But the concept that we're fining for sanitary issues and then we're just essentially pocketing that for revenue, I have a little bit of a struggle with. I don't have a struggle with fines and penalties. I don't have a struggle with policy with teeth. But I do have a struggle with using those funds, right? Like before, when we would profit off of the sale of foreclosed properties. I was always a believer that revenue should go back into the Community Housing Development Fund or some other sort of housing-centric fund, because I just think fundamentally we should be doing good with those penalties for those that aren't doing good by our community. So I guess I would ask various committees to take up this issue as we move forward, and I'm hoping that we don't budget this money in some sort of budget line item moving forward with the anticipation of these fees and unexpected revenues.
So I'll just pipe in here. I was on the Board of Health for 8 years, and for one, the Board of Health is the one that actually determines some of these fines and fees. But the one thing that I think we need to understand is whenever we do the fines and fees, that actually covers a very small portion of what it actually costs for us to pay our staff members to go out and to assess these locations. For example, there's a summer festival that happens every single year, grassroots. And every single year they end up, and this is public information, so I don't think I'm getting anyone in trouble here. Every single year they end up having quite a few violations, and I think this year was a little bit better. But one year they had $15,000 worth of fines. Whenever we actually went through and looked at how much staff time we were putting in, we had paid $42,000 of our staff time to collect $15,000 of fines. So I hear what you're saying, but
those are covered by tax levy though too. Those are, our staff salary are sunk costs.
No, but we're hiring more staff so that we can go out and make sure that environmental health concerns are taken care of. And so this actually goes beyond, above and beyond the 4 people that we might have had in environmental health.
So then why aren't we applying the revenues to recoup the costs rather than putting it back into general fund?
Of course.
So, just to clarify, every single money we receive goes to the general fund.
Of course.
So there is a budget line in environmental as revenue, fines and fees. There's a budget line in the department that those monies are recorded against. But if I talk about the general fund, it means everything comes into it. But there's a line that we credit those payments to, which is fines and fees, that they do budget that line every single year. But the money they bring in is far less than the money we spend through the tax levy to do the work that they do.
So is there potential that it could be perceived that they're incentivized to provide fines and fees if it's in their budget line item, right? Like, is there some expectation that they need to meet that amount, otherwise they don't meet their budget?
Not necessarily. They are not. That is.
It's like police ticket quotas, right? I mean, if you're budgeting for it.
No, there's never been, that's not how it works at Board of Health.
Questioning the math.
Yeah. Travis, you're chair of HHS. I'm sure that Jenny would be happy to answer those questions. And even the chair of the Board of Health could come in and have a conversation about it. But the numbers, everyone has an annual budget. It's not like you have to find $200,000 in order to meet your fining budget.
But if we're budgeting for it, then you do.
We're budgeting for employees. And there have been times whenever Department of Health or Whole Health has been negative.
Point of order. This really, I don't know if this is a point of order, actually. This sounds like a GO discussion, so I don't, if you guys want to keep talking about it, you can. But.
I think it's actually Health Department. And so Travis has already said that he will handle it in that committee. So tune in to the HHS committee. Okay, Maury, did you have your hand up as well?
No, I was only going to comment based on your comment, is that if there's a lawful way to raise fines in order to recoup enforcement costs, that would make sense.
And I had Deborah and then Judith.
I will leave it in Travis's capable hands.
Okay.
I'm happy to research what we can do with those fines to recoup enforcement costs.
Okay. I know that we kind of started down an austere path, and I know that there are questions about the IDA. This would probably be a good time for Deb Dawson, who's the chair of the IDA, to provide us with an update.
Well, it might be a bit premature because we are meeting tomorrow. As you probably all know, we issued a notice of default to Asteri back on March 5th, and they had 30 days to address their code violations, and I suspect that they have not done that. So we will be considering tomorrow what we're going to do about that, and at this point, all I can say is that all options are on the table.
Thank you, Deb. Any questions or comments for Deborah? Iris?
Can you just announce the time and place of the meeting?
The meeting will be here in Chambers at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Daryl Tuttle, Director of Finance.
Hello, all I have to report tonight is the February sales tax report. That is packet page number 7. Total distributed by New York State and the County of Tompkins County is for the month of February is $5,692,955. Now, this is actually a decrease of 6.58% compared to last year, February. However, when it comes to year-to-date, January and February, it comes total to $12,718,051, which is only a decrease of 0.89%. Now, that's for total distribution within the county. Now, the county's share for February is $3,202,285, which mimics the total distribution of a decrease of 6.58%. Year-to-date is $7,153,900, which is a decrease of 0.89%. Now, in the municipalities outside the city, what was distributed is $1,277,549, which is a decrease of 10.12%. Year-to-date is $2,907,168, which is a decrease of 4.13%. Now, the city of Ithaca for February was $1,213,120, decrease of 2.55%. Year-to-date, though, actually was an increase for the city, $2,656,984, increase of 2.91%. Now, if we look at where we are actual to budget, we're at 16.01%. If we just take 2 months divided by 12, we should be at about 16.88, which is just a little under so far for the year. The next page, page 7, is just usual graphs comparing 23, 24, 25, and 26. And it shows a little graphic of budget to actual. Now, I would say, due to the way the state kind of normalizes the revenue to try to allocate when and where it is collected and distributed, I would wait till the end of the third quarter before we realize whether we're decreasing or not. So, but I'm open to any questions.
Iris?
Do you have a sense if other localities in the area are also experiencing a decrease in February? Like, I'm curious if this is an effect of like the war and gas prices and that having an effect, or if this is, something local.
I haven't heard anything from my counterparts yet. The state tends to send out a report quarterly. When it comes to the fuel prices, we're actually anticipating a slight increase in sales tax for fuel, but we'll see how that reflects later. I can definitely reach out and see if anyone, but I haven't heard any buzz or anything yet about counties around.
Deborah Dawson and then Judith Hubbard.
Yeah, I would say that the war didn't start till the end of February, so I don't think that could have much impact on this. I ought to also note that if you look at the unallocated sales tax revenues were over 3% below budget.
Judith Hubbard.
Can you explain the difference between the gross budget estimates and the unallocated budget estimates?
The unallocated, if I remember right, one is when we follow the sales tax chart and allocate to the various places, including the city, which tends not to happen until about the first quarter, because we wait for the sales tax letter with the city, and then we allocate it to the various programs that it covers per the sales tax agreement.
Okay, so the unallocated takes out some of the city amounts, and that's why it's worse looking, because the city is meeting its sales tax estimates more than the areas outside the city.
Before I give you a complete answer, let me look at it and refresh myself with which one is which before I, but one of them is due to the allocation that happens quarterly versus monthly, and this is only through February, so the quarterly adjustments haven't happened.
Daryl, it would be great if, I believe NISEC puts out the information by quarter for the categories of revenue, like it does automotive, retail. If we could get that in next month's report, that would be nice for us to see what industry and what our economy is actually doing locally.
NISEC actually just sent me one for the past year.
Oh, great.
About a few days ago. I can send it via email.
That's awesome.
They did kind of point out some other distribution reports that I'm looking into that may be able to provide more.
Oh, that's good. Okay, thank you very much. Also, I did receive from Harris Weiss today that Tompkins County unemployment rate is right at 3.4. I believe some of the other counties around us are in the 4s. I don't think it goes up to 5, but they're in the mid 4s to high 4s. And that included like Broome and Cortland as well. So we're still sitting at a really low unemployment rate. Any other questions or comments for Daryl?
What did you just say?
I said new puppies.
Oh, hey, Lance. New puppies.
Yeah, thank you. No, on the website.
Someone just said your name.
Hey, Lance,
Oh, you did.
you mind muting? Thank you. And we want to see pictures of new puppies if you're getting one.
Yeah, we want to see those puppies. Show us those puppies now.
Puppies make us happy. Okay. At this point, we do not have any other reports from county staff. Are there any resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from our agenda? I see none. We're going to move forward with the consent agenda. Resolutions and appointment to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately or individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. Appointments, advisory board appointments. I have one. Thank you. And that is for Advisory Board of Indigent Representation, David Sanders, OAR Director Representative. Term expires December 31st, 2028. And that's ID 13909. Public Safety, Resolution A.
Poll.
Thank you. Resolution B.
Poll.
You guys are good. Very good. You're saving me some breath. Resolution C, resolution on acceptance of funding from Office of Indigent Legal Services for the Fourth Counsel at First Appearance Contract to support the provision of assigned counsel or arraignment for criminal defendants, ID 13947. Resolution D, resolution on acceptance of funding from Office of Indigent Legal Services for the Fifth Counsel at First Appearance Contract to support the provision of assigned counsel at the arraignment of criminal defendants, ID 13948. Resolution E, authorization to accept an award of a grant from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services Ignition Interlock Grant, ID 13956. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Resolution F, amendment of the 2026 Tompkins County budget to reflect appropriation of 2026-2027 budgets for the Ithaca-Tompkins County Transportation Council and authorization to implement the amendment ID 13915. Resolution G, award of contract Tompkins County Recycling and Materials Management Closed Landfill Environmental Monitoring Services, ID 13957. Resolution H, acceptance of grant funding from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Municipal Water Reduction and Recycling Coordination and Education Program, MWRC, ID 13958. Resolution I, acceptance of grant funding from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Household Hazardous Waste, State Assistance Grant Program, ID 13960. Resolution J, authorization to enter into a lease agreement for office space for the Tompkins County Workforce Development Department and Assigned Council Department, ID 13949. Resolution K, budget adjustment, Ithaca Tompkins International Airport, Small Community Air Service Development Grant, ID 13946. Resolution L. Okay. Health and Human Services, Resolution M, authorization to accept JUUL, Joel Settlement Funding and Budget Adjustment, Whole Health Department 13930. Resolution N, authorization to accept Children and Youth with Special Health Care Needs, Funding and Budget Adjustment ID 13931. And can I have a mover, please? Moved by Rachel Oslin, seconded by Travis Brooks. And all those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous, and that is approved. Thank you all. Now let's move on to standing and special committees. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Irene Weiser, Chair.
Great, thanks. So I'll start first with just an overview of what we discussed at the meeting. Is that right, Shauna? And then go on to the resolution that is in your red folders. So at our meeting on April 2nd, we briefly discussed the fact that I'd heard from Anna Kellis's office about the spreading of biosolids, which is something that the county had put together a resolution supporting a state level bill that would prevent that, but locally, at the time, we were advised through our attorney's office that there was a risk that we could be sued if we instituted a ban on biosolids spreading locally. And Anna Kellis's office gave an update about that, and Maury and I have been in communication, so I think he's going to look into whether that still holds true or whether we can figure out possibly a way to move forward with a local prohibition against biosolids spreading. And that there's actually been a working group that's being set up to address that, that will include facilities and infrastructure and people from the Environmental Management Council and a variety of different staff. So anyhow, looking forward to updates on that. We had an update from Haley Delisle from the Planning Department about the status of the NYSEG rate case. And just to summarize, the evidentiary hearings are over and the county has filed some comments. I believe I forwarded those comments to the whole body for anybody who is interested to see, but there were a few things that Tompkins County weighed in on, including keeping the customer service center out on Route 13 open. And we had a report from Cynthia Brock from the Water Resources Council as to the work that they've done over the past year. And so that's been included in the packet if anybody's interested to see more on that. And then we had, as a presentation, Katie Hollis from Tompkins Food Future, who of course was here tonight supporting the legislation or the resolution that was passed in our committee unanimously with amendments, and that's why you have an amended copy in your red folder. And so I'd like to move that resolution, which is resolution number O with an ID number of 13998, and as amended by our Peak Committee, a resolution calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign the Good Food New York Bill S7638 B and A 8091B, which would enabling municipalities to engage in value-based food procurement.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by John Hunt. Would you like to talk to the resolution?
Actually, I'm going to defer to Rachel to do that. Rachel, and I just want to commend Rachel for the work that she did in putting together this resolution. So thank you, Rachel.
Okay, absolutely, thank you. So this bill proposes a change to New York State procurement law, which guides municipalities when they are soliciting RFPs and signing contracts with food producers or processors. So in this context, municipalities includes municipal agencies and political subdivisions of the state. So this would be an institutional food being purchased by school districts, county jails, county hospitals, county offices of the aging, county or city-run homeless shelters, among other examples. So I think one of the most important parts is that this is not a mandate. Municipal agencies can choose to go with either the lowest bidder, which is the current model for procurement, or they can opt into values-based procurement. When engaging in values-based procurement, a municipal agency can prioritize New York State qualifying farms or food businesses that have a bid within 10% of the lowest bid, instead of being required to choose the lowest bidder. So up until this point, there is currently no provision of New York law that authorizes municipal agencies to prioritize or preference buying food from in-state farms and food producers. This bill would allow preference for New York farms and food producers when they're in competition with like products coming in from the global commodity market or from other states in the country. And then amongst New York farms, municipal agencies can prioritize the following values. So strong local economies, environmental resilience, equity, valued workforce, valued agricultural sector, animal welfare, and nutrition. And a farm does not have to meet all of those values, it just needs to meet one of them, and as long as it is a New York State farm and it meets one of the values, then a municipal agency can, and if their bid is within 10% of that lowest bid, an agency, if they choose to spend more money on a bid, they can choose to do that under this law. There are clear guidelines in the bill for what farms need to do to qualify for each value, and so the outcome of this bill essentially is it will allow more farms in New York State to get these bids from these agencies. And there's a lot of money that's currently spent on food. So, for example, New York City alone spends $500 million on institutional food. Buffalo, New York Public Schools spend $18 million. And so these contracts, they're going to affect farms throughout the whole state. So not just in those areas. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Rachel, I just want to say you did a wonderful job on this resolution. It has all the information. You sent it out to all of us beforehand. You were able to answer all of our questions. Just very impressive. So very good job. Mike Sigler, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah, no, I wanted to thank Rachel for bringing this forward, and I certainly think she did a great job. It's certainly something I'd like to vote for. My dilemma is I defer a lot to Farm Bureau. Farm Bureau, now this is an older letter from Farm Bureau. It dates back to January, but they haven't put out anything new. And the Farm Bureau, I mean, they're a 115-year-old organization, started with Cornell Cooperative Extension and all of that, and they represent about 27,000 farms and other agriculture, and they've come out in opposition to this. Now, I know Hinchey, Senator Hinchey, she's obviously Maurice Hinchey's daughter, very connected to our area, I think, through that, very connected to the farm community. I've got to imagine she'll be working with the Farm Bureau to kind of hammer out any differences they have. I have confidence in that. But we're not there yet. If Farm Bureau came forward and said, yeah, that we're going to sign off on this, I would be happy to support it. I can't do that at this time because of that hurdle. So.
Thanks, Mike. Greg Mezzi and Randy Brown.
Totally based on a conversation I had with somebody close to this, that my understanding was some of the objection was maybe the original language of the bill included regional farms, not just New York State farms. And this new version includes specifically only New York State farms, and it didn't include dairy as one of the substantive nutritional things. I hear your point, Mike, and I think for me, the idea of giving local municipal organizations, community organizations, however this is defined, the ability to buy New York State products is just good. One is just good business. We have struggling farms in New York State. So it's shocking to me that New York State farmers or the Farm Bureau, some farmers that are part of the Farm Bureau, because not every organization is part of the Farm Bureau, would be opposed to growing the procurement of New York State products by New York State tax dollars, essentially. I strongly support this. I was a little skeptical at first, but then when I went and I read the actual bills and I read that it was sort of a menu of options that farms didn't have to meet all of these criteria, because one of the things that I was concerned about was the overburdensome regulations that somebody may, you start to need like a grants coordinator to apply, for some of these procurement bid requests. But it seemed a little bit more simple than that, because they just have to check one of the boxes, and it could be any one of those, right? They could engage in organizing activities and support, organizing amongst their farm workers, or not object to that. It could be that they're a minority women-owned business, or it's just the fact that they're a New York State farm and they have good practices. I think getting quality New York State locally produced food products in schools is really important. About 20 years ago, I worked for an organization that was responsible for educating schools across the country on the National School Lunch Program. So school and child nutrition is important to me. It's something I've been close to, but not a part of for a very long time. And I think that this should be a no-brainer to support this, and I'm a little disappointed that the Farm Bureau hasn't corrected their statement yet, because this is exactly the type of thing that we need to do, because sometimes smaller farms cost a little bit more to produce than some of these large, corporate farms, and we should want to, from a rural community, which I think Tompkins is, we should want to be supporting the ability for our local agencies to be buying local products, even if it is at a slight premium. So I definitely would support this and would encourage all my colleagues to do the same.
Randy Brown?
Yeah, Rachel, thanks for the write-up on that. Appreciate that. Yeah, I spoke to 3 different farmers about this, and 2 of them weren't really aware of it, but none of them had major issues with it. But I had a question, in the Agriculture and Farmland Protection Board, have they made a statement on this at all, or?
That's a good question.
So you agree with Greg that farmers?
I do not know.
Okay.
I'm not sure about that.
Is John the member of that now?
That's not what he meant.
Yeah, he's the president. John, oh wait, you mean John Fleming?
Who's on the, are you?
Oh, I'm on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but I haven't heard.
You may not have met since then.
Yeah, I thought you meant the president of the.
Right. And I know that in speaking to Tompkins Future people, they're all for it. I mean, there wasn't one person that was against this idea. They think local farming is a great idea, and it would help. They really do think it would help.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Rachel?
Just in response to the Farm Bureau part, I think partially it is that they haven't updated their statement since some of the amendments were made. And I also think that the Farm Bureau can sometimes represent, I mean, they might not represent all farms in New York State. And so I think some of their decisions might be more weighted towards larger farms, and it is possible that some of those larger farms in New York State will lose some of these bids to some of the smaller and mid-sized farms that will become more competitive when they're allowed to be considered in the bid process. But NOFA New York, in terms of farmer organizations that are in support, NOFA New York is in support of the bill, and also the Black Farmers United New York State group is in support. Also, they have their conference in Ithaca this weekend. And in terms of confusion with procurement, one of the great parts of this bill is that it would make it easier for New York State schools to participate in the 30% New York initiative, which has been in place since 2018 and allows schools that if 30% of their food budget is purchased from New York State farms, they can get an additional reimbursement for their lunches, and it goes from 5.9 cents per meal to 25 cents per meal, so it can make a really big difference in the school budgets. But currently it is really difficult for them to meet that 30% because they have to choose the lowest bidder. And so this would help them participate.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those against, please raise your hand. Okay, that's 15-1, that passes. Thank you, Rachel. Any other questions or comments for Irene? Any other part of your report, Irene, or are you?
No, there's, April is Earth Day or Earth Month, and so there will be a lot of activities going on around the community. On the Commons for one, and I think Trumansburg is having a recognition day. So just be aware and be watchful of the various events that are going on around the county.
Okay, thank you. Public Safety Committee, Travis Brooks, Chair.
We have a few resolutions to talk about, but I'll give you an update from our last meeting. Of course, we had a conversation about FLOC. We had an exec session around public safety. We got an EMS countywide update. We had 6 resolutions. Maury was able to share a little bit on an update about the THC shop enforcements. And then we have 2 resolutions. I would like to put Resolution B on the floor. I need a second.
Okay, seconded by Rachel Oslin.
Resolution B was the adoption of the Tompkins County Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, CEMP, Department of Emergency Response, DOER, ID 13966. I'd like to make a motion to postpone that until April 21st so that my colleagues can have time to review the plan.
I'll second that.
You can just do it, we don't have to put it. Okay, so Travis, as chair of that committee, can postpone it. So we don't need a seconder and we will not need to vote on it. Is that right?
No, he does need a second.
Oh, sorry, my bad. So Rachel will second that, and then we will, sorry. And then, are there any comments or questions as to why, or Travis, would you like to tell us why you were thinking about postponing it for next meeting?
So my colleagues have time to review the plan.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, let's vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. The plan is also in your red folders, so everyone can catch up, and we'll go ahead and vote on that in our next meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you.
We have another resolution. I'm not sure why it ended up here, but it did. Number P, authorization to accept an award of a grant from the New York State NYS Division of Criminal Justice Services pretrial grant ID 13955.
And seconded by Veronica Pillar.
The grant is for $201,790. Right? Yeah. And it's to defray the cost associated with the certified pretrial services.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Judith Hubbard.
I want to note that the title on the resolution page misspells pre-trial as pre-trail. So it should be edited.
Okay, that's a manifest, so we can do that pretty easily. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you.
That's it for me.
What about A?
Huh?
What about Resolution A? It got pulled.
Really build and suspend.
The operating certificate.
Certificate of need?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was pulled. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do with it at this point.
So why don't we go ahead and move it? I'm going to ask Mike Steitley to come to our table so that he can explain what the resolution entails, and then we could start the discussion. Would you like to move that, Travis?
Yeah, I would like to move A, the Department of Emergency Response Doer authorization to obtain a countywide municipal operating certificate of need, CON, for emergency medical services, EMS ID 13970.
And Dan Wakeman seconds. And Mike Steitley is here, Director of Emergency Response, to explain the resolution to us.
Good evening, everybody. So the primary reason for us moving to apply for a CON, last year, in April of last year, we made a presentation to the Public Safety Committee about how we can expand our rapid medical response program. And one area that we identified, and also CGR, the group that was commissioned to do a study on our current EMS system, was to provide ALS level service, or at least some ALS level service at the rapid medical response in our rapid medical response program. In order for us to do that, we have to have a certificate of need. Our current program, we have an agency number, and that agency number only allows us to provide basic life support or EMT level service. So that is our primary motivation for applying for this CON at this point. In addition to that, it could take 6 to 8 months to receive the CON, and we have applied for a grant that would allow us to upgrade some of our service to the ALS or paramedic level. So if we do receive that grant, and then that grant is approved and accepted by the legislature, we'll be further along in the process. If we choose not to accept that grant, and we choose not to use this CON, the CON would expire in 2 years, and it costs the county nothing to apply for it.
Can we clarify what ALS means?
Sure. It's advanced life support. It's paramedic level care versus basic life support or EMT level care, which our current RMR program is providing.
Thank you.
Lee Shirtliff.
Mike, if I hear you right, and I apologize for not being able to make the Public Safety Committee meeting, and got reservations about the resolutions as written, but let me go specific to the point you just made. This would be to get a certificate of need to provide ALS at the emergency response level for the first response.
Yes.
You're not specifically looking to get a certificate of need to operate an ambulance?
That's correct. So even though that was in our proposal last year, that was only one part of the proposal. And even though that's going to be a recommendation as CGR, that's not why we're pursuing it at this point.
Should this resolution not include language to specify that, to alleviate some of those concerns, that we be more specific in the CON for advanced life support for potential use by the emergency response?
Sure, we most certainly could do that. I would just suggest that because we haven't received the final version of the CGR report, however, we have seen a draft. I mean, that is a recommendation that they have made, that we consider some level of transport service in the future. So, I mean, we can most certainly amend the resolution to address that if that's what you like. But again, the primary purpose right now is to pursue it for the purpose of ALS service at the RMR level.
If that's the purpose, I would move that as an amendment, because let me move it and I'll explain why.
So can you repeat the amendment?
Amendment would be to, I apologize, I lost
page 9.
Page 9.
Resolved on recommendation of the Public Safety Committee that the Tompkins County Legislature, skip over the other part, is authorized to submit an application to obtain a countywide certificate of need for advanced life services to enhance the emergency medical response, first response team.
RMR program.
RMR program.
The existing RMR program? Okay, so Travis and Dan, is that friendly?
Can I have someone read that one more time for me,
And
please?
what line does that go on?
28.
Okay.
Jordan, did you get the whole thing? To end it, your amendment is for advanced life services to enhance the rapid medical response program.
Correct.
And then Shauna asked the existing. Are we adding the word existing?
I have it.
Yes. So, well, it's your move. You're first.
Point of information. Can somebody clarify the acronym of ALS again?
Advanced life support.
Support. So Jordan said services. I just want to make sure the records reflects advanced life support.
Thank you. Okay, is that friendly, Travis?
Can I do a point of information before we decide if it's friendly?
Yep.
Mike, I just wonder if we wanted at some point to expand it to include ambulance service.
I'm sorry, that's not really point of order, right? Because right now we're in.
No, it's a point of information, not a point of order.
Okay.
If we were to make the change that Lee has suggested, if at some point in the future we wanted to be able to provide ambulance service, would we have to again modify the CON?
No.
Okay.
We would just have to get approval from the legislature to, agree to allow us to move into that space, but we would not have to amend the CON because the CON would allow us to do pretty much anything at that point.
Okay, great. So there wouldn't be like another 6 to 8 month delay?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Travis, was that friendly?
Is there any other questions?
I think so.
Yes, it's friendly.
Okay. Dan, was that friendly?
Just a language clarification on line 28. Does that replace the words EMS services or go after the words EMS services?
I think we need to ask Lee.
Waiting for Lee.
I think both could belong or should belong there, advanced life support for emergency medical services.
So it's going to be in addition to what's there. Got it. Still friendly.
Okay. Is it unfriendly to anyone? Rachel?
I'm not sure why. So is your amendment making it more restrictive? Making the certificate of need more restrictive?
It makes it specific to what is being presented from the Department of Emergency Response for their intent to provide the service. If you're going to move forward with the current resolution, that gives much wider latitude and is a much longer and more involved discussion than I think we're ready to take on, which includes an ambulance service provision. But if the request from the department is to be able to enhance the capabilities of the emergency response team, to be able to provide advanced life support and have that authorization, I'm okay with it. If this is intended to move us toward stated purpose or an intent to operate an ambulance, then I'm going to oppose this resolution.
Mike, can you weigh in a little bit here, please?
Sure. I mean, right now, our desire is to prepare in the event we receive the grant. And the grant was specifically written to allow us to add an RMR unit with a paramedic in it. We have discovered that it would be very beneficial to the community to have some of our staff who are currently paramedics that are operating at the basic life support or EMT level to be able to provide that care. And that's really our focus right now.
Greg Mezzi.
Yeah, as we're cleverly debating this with points of information, I guess my question to you, Mike, is are there different types of certificates of need, or is there only one type of certificate of need?
It's pretty much only one type of certificate of need. And if we decided, say, next year that we wanted to, again, move into the space of transport service, and I'll tell you that I've read the draft of the CJR report. That is a recommendation of theirs. It was a recommendation of ours last April that we consider adding capacity, because we do have a capacity issue right now at EMS. But right now, our intention is to just look at providing ALS level service at some level in our RMR program, because we think that would be beneficial to the community.
So Lee's amendment really just clarifies the current intent of Dewar and the intention of the legislature, but we still have the latitude as a legislature in the future, if we receive the certificate of need, to expand our emergency response program to include transport, et cetera.
That's, to my understanding, that's exactly right.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
I think I'm actually going to say that this is unfriendly because I would prefer to go with what our staff has drafted up. And I also want it to be as least restrictive as possible. And if we need it to be more restrictive, we can always go back. But I'd rather have just a widespread and support our staff here.
I need a second.
I need a second for that.
For the amendment that we made.
Okay. So we'll have to have a second for the amendment that Lee is making, seconded by Greg. And we're going to vote on the amendment that Lee made. All those in favor?
Order.
Yep.
Do we want to have
Comment. Yep.
Do we want to have any debate on?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay.
If needed.
Travis and then Veronica.
As far as debate goes, I just need to know what Mike thinks. Mike, are you fine with Lee's language?
I am. I'm completely fine with Lee's language, in part because if we ever decided to move into the transport space, we most certainly would have to come back to legislature and provide that vision and seek approval. So again, at this point in time, we're really just looking to expand our capability at the rapid medical response level. So I'm completely fine with the amendment.
Thank you.
I think it's my turn, but it was just point of information, and I'm so sorry. Can someone tell me the amendment language again, one more time?
So following the rest of the paragraph, we're not changing anything. This is in addition. At the end of line 28, for advanced life support to enhance the existing rapid medical response program.
Thank you.
That goes after the comma?
It does.
As, from what I understand from Mr. Shurtleff, it is following all of the rest of the verbiage that's already standing.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. I'm going to vote yes, too. So sorry, guys. I needed to hear from Mike that it was all right.
Yeah, because this meeting hasn't been long enough.
We took the long way around, my fault. Okay, so we are back on the resolution with the amendment. And are there any other questions or comments before we vote on it? Okay, all those in favor of the resolution with Lee Shurtleff's amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, any against? Okay, it's 16-0. That passes. Thank you, Mike Steitley. Anything else for public safety?
Yes. Jail numbers, we have 64 in-house and 4 boarded out. Thank you, Veronica.
Okay, any other questions for Travis Brooks? Questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Next, we are going to move to Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you. WDIC met on March 23rd. We discussed, again, priorities for the year and some amount of who might want to work on what. And I'm not going to reiterate all of them, but except one of the things we discussed that was important to the committee was engaging with the countywide minimum wage study. And I bring that up now because it is happening now. One of our members pointed out that something we could do in the committee, but it expands to here, is to use our respective and different networks to try to make the broad community aware that this study is happening. If you haven't tuned out yet, you probably already know, but this is a study that the legislature commissions to analyze what might be, what would be the predicted impacts of increasing the minimum wage, not to any particular value, but just increasing higher than it is right now in upstate New York, increasing that in Tompkins County. So our member pointed out that people just getting a lot of broad input in that is important so that people are not invisible to the science other than in aggregate data.
And Greg, I know this is in your committee, so I don't mean to be stealing your thunder on this. But details you can find on the county website at tcgov.co/minwage, all lowercase. Really loving that short URL. Thanks for whoever set it up. And there's a whole bunch of convenings folks can come to on different topics. The next one is actually tomorrow at 3 p.m. It's hybrid in the ILR building at Cornell and online. There's a link to register on the website, as well as a general survey for input. So you can share what you think with the researchers without having to attend any of the convenings if you so choose.
Can I ask, are these things going to be taped, recorded? Are they going to be posted on that website?
Certainly not all. Greg, you might have a better answer.
Sorry, if I may. The recording of these are for research purposes only, and there will be a non-identifiable sort of readout summation of the convenings by the group presented to HED and then to the rest of the legislature as part of the final presentation. But the idea that folks should feel comfortable to speak open and freely and candid without having sort of identifiable information presented to their comments if they so choose, was to kind of create a safe space for all to feel welcome to share. So the researchers are using that information to compile comments, et cetera, and then put that out in a sort of washed report of sorts so that folks could feel comfortable to speak freely.
But the reason I'm asking is that the one tomorrow is supposed to be the one that's the data. Right. And unfortunately, we have an IDA meeting and we can't attend it. And I was particularly interested in hearing the data. So will I be able to get that at some point?
Yes, in the report out, and we can talk offline about what that might look like. But there will be a report out of all the convenings, including any data that's presented by all sides of the conversation at the convening.
Thank you.
I also thought that Monica did a great job getting the word out. The kickoff was very popular, very well attended. I felt like I was very happy to see a group of farmers there, business owners, people that live locally. I mean, it was really great session, and I think it was a very positive kickoff. So, great job. Lee Shurtleff?
I just want to extend a thanks. When this subject came up, I pointed out a few things at the time that I found problematic with the discussion of the raising of the minimum wage, and I just want to point out that among the things to be studied are variations in the cost of living across the county, effects on employment levels and business viability, consideration for rural communities and border economies. And I very much do want to thank those working on this for incorporating those concerns in, because they do have a major impact, in my view, out in the rural areas of my district.
Yeah.
So
some of your constituents and your business owners were at the meeting, Lee, as well as Mike's. So it was good to see. Okay, anything else, Veronica?
Yes, just I wanted to, we didn't discuss this at committee, but throwing in a little editorializing. Actually, one, among our priority discussions last year and this year came up a desire to specifically uplift issues of queer inclusion, LGBTQ plus issues. And just on that note, I was looking through the sheriff's office policies today for potential things related to flock, and this was not related, but I came upon their General Orders 720 policy called Interactions with Transgender and Gender Nonconforming Persons. And y'all, it's really good and explains things like in an affirming, inclusive way that just reading the written policy actually made me tear up, which is weird to say about a policy. This was developed before my time, but it did come out of a, like, I don't know if it was called a working group, but a like task force thing about LGBTQ issues in, interactions with road patrol and in our jail, maybe largely in the jail. That was something that came up in WDIC many years ago, and folks from there worked with the sheriff's office to great effect. I think Shauna might have been part of that. Or
I was not part of it, but I believe Under Sheriff Olin really took that and did an amazing job. So absolutely. I think Leslin was also head of that. So they did a wonderful job. You're absolutely right.
And I know at least one, Rob Brown, is one of our community members on WDIC, was part of that and has cited that as kind of a good positive example of the sort of a sort of project that this committee with others can take on. Beyond that, our next meeting is April 27th.
Thank you. Any questions for Veronica? Okay, I do want to do a quick time check, and it is my fault because we're running so late and my stupidity earlier. 9:38, and we have a few more committees to go, but we also have 2 executive session topics. I think one's going to be pretty meaty and one might be pretty light. So next we have Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Thank you. We will be meeting next Monday at 10 a.m. We will have some interesting topics to discuss, including a report from Daryl on the impact of the sales tax exemption for heating, a report and a discussion from Human Resources on health insurance expenses for our active and retired employees. We have 6 resolutions. One which should be of particular interest is that we're finally getting around to creating the Human Rights Program Manager position that was recommended by HHS.
Great. Any questions for Deborah Dawson? Okay, thanks, Deb. Next, Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shurtleff, Chair.
Facilities and Infrastructure met on March 19th, and the bulk of what was discussed was addressed tonight through the consent agenda, and we will be meeting again on the 16th, I believe, Thursday the 16th. Dan, can I ask any highlights that you can think of before I move to the resolution that was pulled?
Not that I recall.
Okay, thank you. Resolution L was pulled from the consent agenda. Authorization for Tompkins County to self-insure the historic Newfield Covered Bridge, ID number 13933, and I will move.
Seconded by Randy Brown.
Yeah, and I asked that to be pulled. We talked about this at the Facilities and Infrastructure meeting, and we learned a few things, that the state does inspect this bridge every year, and they provide detail to the county about any concerns they have, which they don't have any major concerns now. But my issue is with the estimated cost of $2.2 million to replace that bridge is never going to happen. So if we're going to self-insure, and we spoke to Nick about it, he said, well, first of all, you couldn't build a bridge like that, right? But even if you, so you'd replace it with a standard bridge, most likely, and $5 million wouldn't cover it. But it may if we get funding for it. So I didn't know how to address that, and I want to bring it up.
Corsa, can you weigh in here?
Yes. He estimated the cost someplace around $7 million to replace it.
As a one-lane covered bridge?
As a metal bridge.
As a metal bridge.
It's a regular bridge.
Yeah.
They have a bridge in Dryden.
Please don't.
Looking for a home.
Please.
We have an extra one too.
Would you like it?
Well,
It's only one lane.
the $2.2 million is in there as part of a whereas. It really is a point of information. Does it even need to be referenced to get to the point of the resolution?
Dan Wakeman.
The 2.2 mil here is stated as a value, not a replacement cost.
Yes.
And I know that's picking threads here, but.
So, we do not have any bridge in the county that is insured. So, and I think for me, it's the first time I was coming around, being aware of a bridge that have insurance on it. It's something that is unfamiliar to me, and I don't know exactly, and I think I couldn't get that information also from Jesse, how we got to insuring this specific bridge, but it appears the insurance had been in place for a very long time. It is a historical bridge. All our bridges get inspected every year by DOT, and they give us notification whether the grading of it is green, amber, or red. If it's red, they just close the bridge, as happened to one of our bridges recently. So if something is to happen to that bridge, we will depend on if maybe a car crashed into it and we have to repair it. I think there are processes in place for insurance purposes with that regard, in case it's outlived its time and it has to be replaced. Insurance will not cover that. It will have to come out from a different revenue sources to be able to replace that. So I really didn't understand what we were getting out of the insurance, but the insurance provider said they are out of that business. They are not providing those insurance coverages anymore, and we tried to replace it like for like. We were paying $3,000 previously, but the most recent one that we got, the proposal was, I believe, 34 or 54,000 or so a year to insure that specific bridge. And we made a decision that based on what we know and how the process we go to replacing most of our bridge, we can add it as any other county asset that we self-insure it. And then in an event whereby we have to replace it, we will go through the same process just like all the other bridges and try and get that replaced.
Yeah, I'm fine with self-insuring it. And typically we get, if we do have to replace that bridge someday, we typically get state and federal funding to do some of that work. I'm wondering, that's the only covered bridge in New York State that you can drive through. And is it under SHPOs? I mean, is that under a state historic preservation type of a system? And would they insure it, I guess is my question. Yeah. Is it more of it's a national register, it's registered in your state, historical society, all those kinds of things. If there's some value to them, they're the one that they do all the work to it. The county doesn't do any work to that bridge. It's done by the state historic office.
Is there a reason that we have to vote on this tonight? Should we send it back to committee? And
one thing that I just want to say is that if you decide to vote on it tonight, and tomorrow you decide that we need to insure it, you don't have to do we would just go out there, seek an insurance provider who is willing to insure it, and we bring the resolution for you to insure that. So it doesn't really change our dynamics in case you want to move forward with insurance on that bridge in the near future. It doesn't really change anything that we do in terms of adding it to our, because at the moment it's a self-insured.
Right.
Even though you don't have to pass a resolution to self-insure.
Okay.
This is self-insured by the county.
Okay. Greg Muzzy?
Yeah, of course, it just made my point. I think we should move forward just making a declaration and intention of the legislature that we want to self-insure it. And then, Randy, if there's follow-up questions with, SHPO and those other things,
absolutely.
I think we could kind of split the question and not have to hold the resolution.
Okay. We ready to vote? Okay. Dan?
Yeah. Do we need to clarify, because you mentioned, I apologize, I didn't ask this in committee, Lee. Do we need to clarify what the coverage is? Is this exactly like for like, or is this, if it becomes damaged, we can put a traditional bridge there?
Yeah. What happens is that if it becomes damaged and we have to replace it, and we are funding it, we can choose to build whatever bridge we want. But if we're seeking funding to replace it, we have to build it based on that funding approval process. So if it's a historical bridge and we seek historical funding, we most likely have to replace it like for like.
Okay, but other than that, there's no language we have an insurance contract of sorts here that is kind of unofficial, but there is nothing in the agreement that it's a like for like, as it stands right now.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you all. Anything else, Lee?
No, I would just say the historic and cultural part of it, make it priceless rather than 2.2 million.
Yeah.
Thank you.
On that note.
And therefore may be irreplaceable if it's ever a complete casualty.
The crown jewel of Newfield. Okay. Government Operations Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
Thanks, Shauna. Our next meeting is April 14th at 9 a.m. I won't be late. I did have a chance, we've had concerns with, how the meeting's running because it's been going longer and longer, more than 2 hours. So I did meet with Katrina and Jordan. We went over kind of how the process works and the departments. They did a good job providing documentation of all the departments involved. And so an email is going to go out to all department heads here shortly, maybe it already has, to kind of clarify them how we want the process to work. We want to get resolutions up early, as we talked about. We want to make sure people's time is managed. We're also going to be scheduling departments they know ahead of time. This is going to be your month. It may be quarterly, it may be twice a year. You don't always have to come to every meeting and wait and unless you have a resolution, those kinds of things. But we're going to focus on our goals, and there'll be an email from me. There's a definition of the Government Operations Committee, which I will send out to all the members, and we'll talk about that as we set our goals going forward.
Thank you, Randy, for looking at the process of this and taking the committee apart and putting it back together again more efficiently and not waiting till the end of the year to do it.
Yeah, right.
Any questions for Randy? Okay. Next, we're going to move on to Health and Human Services Committee. Travis Brooks, Chair.
We meet again on the 15th, I believe. We haven't met since our last meeting, so I don't have anything new to update.
Okay. Any questions for Travis? Okay, next let's move on to Housing and Economic Development Committee. Greg Mezzi, Chair.
We last met on April Fools, but our meeting was no joke.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's late, so that's the best I see. I got to laugh.
Good. Been saving that one, haven't you?
I have been saving that one. Wednesday, April 1st was our meeting. We had 7 resolutions, which you'll see on the next legislature agenda. We did have a really in-depth and lengthy discussion with Kate De La Garza from Ithaca Neighborhood Housing Services. They are in their 60th year this year, serving the 7 counties in our area that they do, and the number of residents here locally in Tompkins County. A bulk of their work is here. I would encourage you all to go back if you don't have a complete grasp on what INHS does. It's a good discussion. Kate did a great job. Kate is passionate and I say this with all respect and admiration, nerdy and geeky about these topics, and really knows her stuff and has made an accomplished career out of it. So it's definitely worth the 50 minutes or so of a watch to get a better understanding of the current landscape, some challenges that this type of organization faces, and other than that, nothing else to report.
Okay. Any questions for Greg? Okay. Next, we have an individual member filed resolution, and I'm going to turn it over to Rachel Oslin.
Thank you. So I would like to move Resolution Q. I read it first, right?
Yeah.
Resolution calling on the state legislature to pass and the governor to sign the Dignity Not Detention Act, S316, A4181, and New York for All Act, S2235, A3506A, Doc ID 14001.
Thank you. Moved by Travis Brooks. Would you like to talk to the resolution?
Yes, I would, and I will be quick. unless everyone wants to talk about it for a long time. The first thing, I mentioned this to you, Katrina, earlier, but they made amendments, so now it's New York for All is now S2235B and A3506B. So the rationale, currently detention and immigration enforcement policies vary county to county, which creates a confusing, unpredictable, and difficult to navigate landscape throughout New York State for immigrants. These two bills will work in tandem. New York for All prohibits state and local law enforcement from sharing sensitive information with ICE and CPB without valid court orders or federal judicial warrants. It does not prohibit officers from complying with valid court orders or federal judicial warrants, however. It bans New York counties from entering into 287G agreements, which deputize local law enforcement to conduct civil immigration enforcement operations, and it prevents non-local law enforcement from entering non-public areas of state and local property without a judicial warrant. So that includes restricted non-public areas of government buildings and school and campus property. Dignity not detention prohibits New York State, local, or private entities from having contracts with ICE to detain individuals for civil immigration violations and prevents operation of private detention centers within New York State. And I also reached out to Derek about these bills since my impression was that he already directs the Tompkins County Sheriff's Department to act in accordance with the principles set forth in the bills, and he did confirm that he is familiar with both and supports both pieces of legislation.
Great. Any questions or comments? Veronica Pillar?
Yeah, just thank you, Rachel, for bringing these forward. I think we heard from a lot of the public commenters about why, why they're important. I just want to say back in 2021, before I was elected, my first ever lobbying state legislature experience lobbying state legislators was about the dignity not detention bill. I'm sorry, I can't talk, which was just introduced in both houses in that year, thanks to Patricia Rodriguez and others who got me into that. So it's very good to see it making it further, hopefully even further. And I also just, that time highlights, I think we've been obviously all well aware of the horrors that our federal immigration enforcement has been perpetuating recently, and they highlight the need for both these bills, but they aren't a response to these horrors. Federal immigrant detention has been an inhumane mess for a long time, both in how humans become detained and how they are kept detained in the centers. And so really hope we can support dignity not detention and New York for All.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13. All those against, please raise your hand. Okay, we have a 13-3 vote. That passes. Okay, we have minutes of our previous meeting, March 19th, 2026. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Christy Bianconi, seconded by Rachel Oslin, or I'm sorry, Irene Weiser. You're so far back there, Irene. Any corrections or comments? Okay, all those in favor for the minutes for March 19th, 2026, please raise your hand. That's everyone. That passes. Next, we will need to go into executive session for the purposes, matters which will imperil the public safety if disclosed, and the medical, financial, credit, or employment matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Greg Mezzi, seconded by Adam Vinson. And all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you all. We're going to take about a 5-minute break.
No business after the...
Whenever we return, we will not be voting. Thank you, Maury.